All right, folks, we're going to get started.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the little bit of a delay, but I think we're going to get ourselves going. And first on our agenda is a roll call. Darlene loves this part, so take it away.
Good morning. City of Belvedere. City of Benicia. City of Concord. Contra Costa County.
Here.
Town of Corte Madera.
Here.
Town of Danville. City of El Cerrito.
Present.
Town of Fairfax. City of Lafayette.
Here.
City of Larkspur.
Here.
County of Marin.
Here.
City of Martinez. Town of Moraga. County of Napa and all 5 Napa cities. Brad's here. He's outside. City of Novato. City of Oakley. City of Pinole. City of Pittsburgh. City of Richmond.
Here.
Town of Ross. Town of San Anselmo.
Here.
City of San Pablo.
Here.
City of San Rafael. City of San Ramon.
Here.
City of Sausalito and the City of Mill Valley.
Here.
County of Solano. Town of Tiburon. And City of Walnut Creek. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, everyone, for being here. And we now have an opportunity for open time if there's anyone who would like to speak before we get into what is going to be a very varied and full agenda. All right, I'm looking around, and I'm not seeing anyone who'd like to speak in open time. So we're going to move on to our agenda, and I'm going to open it up. I'm hoping most everybody in this room knows me, but if you don't, I'm Kate Sears, Supervisor for County of Marin and Chair of MCE. And we always really enjoy these retreats. In some ways, 2019 is a funny year because it's actually the first year that MCE has not gone through an expansion in our service area. And I, for one, am glad for that. After nearly doubling the number of our customers in 2018, I think it was good to have a year of 2019 of not expanding, but also focusing on a lot of other important work. And I want to share with you just some of the accomplishments we had in 2019. We completed our first feed-in tariff projects in East Contra Costa County in Oakley and in Napa County in American Canyon, unveiling 2 solar installations that will be delivering power for MCE customers for the next 20 years. We completed our first solar electric vehicle charging project at our office in San Rafael, and we helped install EV charging stations at workplaces across our service area. We stayed fiscally strong and earned our 2nd credit rating, signaling our fiscal strength to the market and other stakeholders. Our customers' participation in 100% renewable energy is growing. As of today, 20 of our member municipalities have chosen to do deep green for their municipal load. And we're really pleased about that and hope that progress keeps going forward. Statewide, the CCA movement has grown dramatically, as you know, and today there are 19 California CCAs in operation, half of which were formed last year, from Solano Beach in San Diego to Placer County to Humboldt County. CCAs collectively have driven 2,000 megawatts of new renewable development throughout the state. This CCA growth is creating a paradigm shift that's causing ripples across the energy sector to localize and democratize the way energy is purchased and energy programs are designed. All of this change has created some uncertainty in the market and in our regulatory bodies as well, and we will be talking about that today. It has also created opportunities for innovation, for deeper environmental benefits, and support for our most vulnerable community members. Today, we will talk briefly about what has worked well at MCE over the last year, and then we plan to spend most of the day exploring how we can best address the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for all of us. So I want to thank you for being here. This is always a really productive and interesting session, and let's go forward. So Dawn, I'm going to hand it off to you.
Great. So we're going to hear today from each of MCE's departments, but two folks we won't hear from directly need a special shout out. Darlene Jackson and Jessica Brooks. Can you all stand up over there, please? These two folks who are a critical part of MCE's team provide executive support as well as support to the board, and the two of them have moved mountains to prepare us for a rich and productive day. Big thanks to you all. I wanted to make a note that today we will be joined by representatives from the California Public Utilities Commission, Martha Guzman Aceves, who is here, and potentially Lane Randolph as well. These CPUC commissioners are here to observe and are also planning to participate in several discussions with our board in the morning, during which we can freely discuss the agenda topic. Members of their staff may also be in attendance. We welcome dialogue with the CPUC, given the important issues facing our communities and our state. But it's very important that the Commission, just like MCE, conduct its business in public. And as public agencies, transparency really protects the public trust and the integrity of our decision making. For this reason, it's important that we avoid any side conversations today about substantive issues with our visitors from the CPUC. Feel free to talk to them, get to know them. You might find you have a lot in common. But please avoid discussing any substantive issues relative to the CPUC or MCE's work when we're not in public session here. If you do inadvertently communicate about a substantive issue, please let me or our senior policy counsel, Mike Callahan, know, and we can help determine whether any follow-up action is needed. Last of all, just two quick housekeeping items. Restrooms are out this way and to the left. Down the hall, there's plenty of restrooms. And if you are using your mic, just please remember to turn it off when you're done speaking. That'll help avoid any feedback. And with that, I'd like to tee up our first speaker. So we're going to be hearing today from three of our department heads this morning on MCE's accomplishments and goals. And we're very fortunate to be able to start off with Lindsay Saxby, who is our manager of Power Resources. So please welcome Lindsay.
Thanks, Dawn. And it's great to see you all this morning. I'm Lindsay Saxby. I'm the manager of Power Resources, and I'm excited to share some of the accomplishments and goals of the Power Resources team. For those of you who may not be aware, the Power Resources team, there's 6 of us, myself included, are responsible for meeting all of the energy needs of MCE's customers. This includes all contracting for renewable and carbon-free resources to meet both the state and MCE's voluntary targets. Yes, I can, thanks. We also manage and optimize our portfolio, which includes CAISO market participation and, in addition to CPUC compliance for resource adequacy and integrated resource planning, among other responsibilities. For today's presentation, I'm going to start with a look at the big picture of our procurement landscape. Then I'm going to report out on some accomplishments in contracting and project status. I'll then provide an update on our feed-in tariff program before moving into some of our procurement targets and accomplishments in contract administration. And I'll wrap it up with some of the Power Resources' future goals and plans. So starting with the big picture, and the big picture is in fact really big. MCE has committed $1.5 billion into building new renewable resources. This is a substantial commitment and a lot of new steel in the ground projects. The map here shows all of MCE's new build projects, the majority of which are online already and generating energy, with a few additional projects that are currently under construction. These vary in size from 1 megawatt to 100 megawatts, all across MCE's service area and across California. These projects total over 600 megawatts, which translates into over 5,000 jobs that MCE has supported in California. And thanks to the leadership here of MCE's board, we have set very aggressive renewable targets, which has resulted in MCE meeting the state's renewable mandate 11 years ahead of schedule. And we'll take a closer look at that later in my presentation. This means the Power Resources team has been extremely busy negotiating contracts and managing our portfolio, and I'll go over a bit of what has transpired in the past year since our last board retreat. This past year, the team's focus has really been on hydroelectricity, including small hydro, which qualifies as renewable, and large hydro, which helps meet our carbon-free targets. And as part of this process, we spent a lot of time reaching out to new suppliers and building new relationships, and it's been very fruitful. In the case of Turlock Irrigation District, we penned a new deal to offtake energy from some of its resources, and we're close to finalizing a deal with Sorensen for energy offtake of 1 or 2 more small hydro facilities in the greater Bakersfield area. And I'm very proud to tell you that we were able to forge a deal with one of the Pacific Northwest's large hydro suppliers, Bonneville Power Authority. And we executed a contract for an around-the-clock supply of large hydro for next year, 2020. Likewise, Brookfield Energy is a new supplier to us, and for the first time, we entered into transactions with PG&E and Southern California Edison for offtake of bundled renewable energy coming from solar, wind, and other renewable resources. And we have a number of new steel-in-the-ground, large-scale projects that began operating since our last retreat. And I wanted to highlight the Antelope Expansion Project, which is a 105-megawatt solar project located in Lancaster County, covering approximately 6,000 acres. Antelope Expansion started generating energy in December of 2018 and will continue serving MCE's customers for the next 20 years, delivering energy to over 31,000 homes. We also had the Voyager 2 wind project come online in December. This is a 42-megawatt wind facility located in Mojave, California, that will be generating energy for the next 12 years, serving 23,000 homes. My colleague, Brian Goldstein, will be talking a little bit more about this transaction later in the morning. But this summer, we entered into a very unique transaction for resource adequacy. And this is a long-term agreement with a natural gas generator that will be transitioning into a hybrid battery technology for its startup needs. While this long-term agreement will help MCE meet our resource adequacy mandate, it also helps reduce 60% of the greenhouse gases of this facility. So we really see this as a win-win.
Can I stop you for a second,
Yes.
Lindsay? Unfortunately, we cannot read anything that's on the screen, that's projected on the screen, which is why I've been getting up so much because of the light. We're trying to get the drape closing problem solved, but if there are extra copies of the printout of the slides for members of the public, that could be helpful. So it's great to hear you, Lindsay, but if you're assuming we could read along, unfortunately, we're very challenged.
Thanks,
just so you
Kate.
know. Okay.
I've been voicing over the content on the slide, so you guys aren't missing anything, but we'll see if we can take a quick break and resolve that. Should I wait?
Perfect.
All right.
Amazing.
Thanks,
Do you want to
Kate.
go back and start at the beginning? No, I'm kidding. Yeah.
And I can also answer any questions.
Thank you. That's helpful. Sorry to interrupt, Lindsay.
No problem. Okay, so switching gears here just a bit, I wanted to provide an update on MCE's feed-in tariff program. As a reminder, our feed-in tariff creates a marketplace for small-scale renewable resources to be developed within MCE service area on a first-come, first-served basis. MCE's original feed-in tariff program for renewable resources size 0 to 1 megawatts is now fully subscribed, which has resulted in 11 projects coming online with 6 more under development for a total of 15 megawatts. In December of 2017, the technical committee voted to add an additional 10 megawatts to our feed-in tariff program while continuing to bring the price of energy down. And we launched that program as well as a new Fit Plus program for project size above 1 megawatt to 5 megawatts located within MCE's service area. Since adding that additional capacity, we have a new approved project under the FIT tariff, and we have 2 additional projects approved under our FIT Plus tariff. These are all expected to come online in the coming couple of years. And it's really exciting to go out and actually see these projects in our communities. And I wanted to share a couple of the feed-in tariff projects which have come online in the past year. We recently had a ribbon cutting for the American Canyon Solar Project. These are 3 1-megawatt solar projects located on the same site in Napa County. In terms of scale, these are the first of their kind in the county and will be delivering energy for 20 years on behalf of MCE's customers. If you're on the westbound side of I-80 and you know right where to look over, you can catch a glimpse of these projects adjacent to the freeway. EO Products is a very small solar project located on the rooftop of the Essential Oils operating facility in San Rafael, which will also be delivering energy for 20 years. And last, but far from least, is MCE's first biogas feed-in tariff with Central Marin Sanitary Agency. This is a really exciting project that creates a sustainable loop by converting biogas from wastewater into renewable energy. The project is 0.75 megawatts, also located in San Rafael, with a 20-year delivery term. Now, turning back to some of the targets I mentioned, this graph shows both the carbon-free and renewable deliveries from MCE and the state. The solid green line you see here at the top shows what % of MCE's portfolio has been carbon-free for the past 8 years. Last year, we had an impressive 87% carbon-free portfolio compared to the state's profile shown by the dotted green line. Likewise, the solid orange line shows MCE's renewable content, which in 2018 was just over 60%, and the state's profile is shown below by the dotted orange line. In fact, in an informal survey of California's top 10 largest CCAs, MCE has the largest or the highest content of renewables in its portfolio. So how do we get there? How do we meet these targets? We do it through a lot of contracting and relationship building with energy suppliers. The Power Resources team has great relationship with our suppliers and our top-notch negotiators. We consider the diversity of our suppliers and relationships we have as a true strength. This pie chart shows all of the energy suppliers for 2018. This is approximately 35 unique suppliers in all.
Quick question.
Yes,
What do you consider the optimum number of unique suppliers? Obviously, if you get too many, it's hard to manage. You get too few, then you got vulnerabilities. What do you consider the optimum?
It's not necessarily the optimum number. It's often about the volume. So if we have one counterparty that's delivering a large volume of energy under our portfolio, we have sort of concentration risks around having too much of our volume delivering from one supplier. And that's sort of how we work to diversify our portfolio. Sam and the audience here might be able to speak to a little bit more about that, but we have a risk oversight committee in which we evaluate if we're getting too much delivery from one supplier, which might put ourselves at risk if they have a financial problem or under-deliver the product that they were supposed to.
Do you also look for regional diversity? Because weather and wind and solar and water can shift north and south.
Absolutely. Yes. Our resources come from all over the state. Our smaller scale resources are often located within our service area, but then become larger as you expand across the state. We also have suppliers in the Pacific Northwest. So there's absolutely a diversity of suppliers across the region. Okay. So this next slide cites a statistic that I'm really proud of and is the culmination of a lot of diligence of the Power Resources team and improvements to our invoice validation process, which in 2019 alone caught over $3 million of invoicing errors from counterparties, which were all corrected, I'm happy to say, but without the attention and follow-through of my team, these errors may have gone unnoticed at the cost to MCE's customers. So looking forward to the next 12 months, the Power Resources team has a lot in store. We plan to launch an energy storage request for offer for both standalone energy storage and energy storage paired with renewables. due to some of the regulatory changes in GHG accounting, we're going to be phasing out bucket 2 renewables and focusing our procurement more on bucket 1. And just like the hybrid battery natural gas plant that I mentioned, we're going to be looking for other ways to reduce GHG emissions throughout all of our procurement going forward. And we plan to continue expanding our supplier base, not only for large hydro, but for other resources, to procure the cleanest and most cost-effective resources on behalf of our customers. So I want to thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Lindsay, Bob McCaskill. Could you comment very briefly on your slide you just showed where you said that your team uncovered over $3 million of errors? Can you tell me a little bit about, just in high level, what's the nature of those areas? Were we being billed fraudulently by suppliers, or they just weren't paying attention to what they were doing, or was there some overriding reason why all those errors occurred?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it certainly wasn't not intentional. We have to capture meter data from the CAISO and go through a validation process, often on an hour-by-hour basis, to make sure that the price we're paying aligns with the meter data. And that meter data actually goes through a process of getting shored up over periods of time. So there's data that comes in 3 days after the delivery date, 12 days, 55 days, and that data gets trued up along the way. So if we're being invoiced on data that was early on in the process, there may be errors that were discovered as that data gets shored up along the way. So we work to make sure that we're validating our invoices on the most accurate data possible. So that's one way that data can be, we can be invoiced incorrectly.
And is this something where once you discover these errors, you put in some procedures to make sure that they don't reoccur, or is this just something you're going to have to do every year, is go hunting for errors?
No, absolutely. We have a Excel wizard on our team who has gone through a process of automating a lot of this process and creating programs in Excel that go in and grab the data and go through an automated validation process that has caught a lot of these errors. And we work with the counterparty with these validation tools so that they, when we find these errors, their tools are corrected. Our tools are then, we make sure the validation still works so that we're working with the same set of assumptions about how the contract should be settled. So honestly, as those programs were being developed, we did discover a number of errors, and those have completely dropped off, almost completely dropped off since implementing these programs.
Any other questions for Lindsay? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Okay. So next we're going to hear from Heather Shepard, our Director of Director of Public Affairs. Skip to Heather.
Turn on your mic there, please. Thank you.
Good morning.
There you go.
I'm Heather Shepard, Director of Public Affairs. I've been at MCE for 15 months now. Today I just wanted to talk a little bit about the work that my team is doing and hopefully impart some of the big themes and accomplishments. And we're the team that has a lot of great opportunity to bring voice of customer back to the organization, so that's always exciting. These are the three teams that comprise the Public Affairs Department. Just to set the stage, I have 20 amazing colleagues that I get to work with every day in public affairs. And we are tasked with working directly with our 470,000 electricity accounts. That is about 1 million customers across our 4 counties and 34 member communities. So there's a lot of work for a small but very, very competent team. And some of the things I wanted to share today before I quickly go through some of the results over the last year are just kind of some big takeaways. So Director Sears mentioned this 2019 has been a year where we haven't had an enrollment. So what can we say about this year? I would say that some key takeaways are we have a very stable and a very increasingly engaged customer base. We really do a lot of work to connect with our customers and community partners through a lot of different channels and methods. So you'll see we do digital, we do one-to-one, we do community events, and we really do pride ourselves on that versatility because not every partner, customer, community, likes to connect in the same way. And so that's really important to us that we can kind of meet the needs of each one of those partners and customers. And then in terms of topics, especially for vulnerable customers and large load customers in some of our communities, some of the things that we'll be looking at in the next 12 months and we've already started to engage around, you'll see topics and a real hunger for understanding what's going to happen with PSPS events, resiliency, and really getting to 100% renewable energy sooner rather than later. So those are some of the themes that I'll be weaving in. So to kick this off, I just wanted to give you a quick overview of some of the ways that we engage with customers. And we really pride ourselves, I think the main takeaway here is that we have a very, very high level of customer service. We get thousands, a little over 1,000 calls a month on average. It can go up to 2,000 in a time of enrollment. So we want to make sure that folks are being responded to, and we answer over 95% of those calls within 60 seconds, and rely on primarily our Pittsburgh contact center and live agents for that. And our team also gets a lot of questions. Typically, the calls that go to the contact center inquiries are really more around a specific account or bill, but we also get a lot of queries, questions, concerns from customers and community members in a variety of ways, and that's really important to us. So I know many of the board can be copied on some of those emails. My team is responsible to make sure that we're giving good information and that we're responding within 2 days, and typically it's the same day. And then there's also a lot that goes on just being an energy provider in California, right? So we really do a lot of proactive notifications. When there was a PSPS event in June, making sure that we notified our contact center, had good talking points, information on our website, and things like the time of use transitions and things like that are happening. So we really do a lot of proactive education. Just a quick recap, I won't spend a lot of time here for those that are new or unfamiliar with our account base. So this is sort of how it splits out by accounts and load. So we have, in terms, mostly residential accounts in terms of electricity accounts, but in terms of load, our non-residential is slightly more than half. And this has been pretty stable for a while. So this is something I typically show in my updates and just wanted to provide this again. Wanted to share a little bit of a snapshot at a county level because we're a really diverse service area. So what does that look like? So we have Contra Costa on the left, and they're about 65% of our accounts. Marin, Napa, and Solano. So we have a very, very diverse service area. And a lot of good things happening with respect to deep green adoption and real municipal leadership in terms of opting up city accounts to deep green, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. And also just want to highlight our participation rate. This is a metric that we often get questions on. So within our service area, we have an average participation rate in our program of about 86%, and that's been very stable over the last year and a half. So some of the things we do for community and customer engagement. One of the things we've done this year is really focus a lot on our top 250 large load customers, right? That's a smart thing to do. They represent about 30% of our load. And these are customers that are very, very sophisticated, typically in terms of energy management. They may have a third party working with them. They may have facilities managers, a chief sustainability officer. So they know as much about energy and clean energy as we do. So we've made it a big priority to engage deeply with them. We hired our first business relationship manager. So we've got 2 folks now that do that full time. This team continues to provide a lot of program support for MCE's programs. And so we partner a lot within MCE and are a very collaborative team. And 2 things that we're particularly proud of is the collaboration around our EV program and then also the Napa rebuild. And then I just wanted to mention too that our team, my team, oversees the Community Power Coalition. So we have 35 community-based organizations that join us quarterly to go through topics around MCE accomplishment. What else can we be doing to deepen our engagement with the community? And we also attend a lot of events. So we have a lot of touch points within the community. Just focusing a little bit on the top 250, that's very, very stable, and it's a very engaged customer base. So we really have a lot of positive feedback on that work that we've engaged since February, reaching out to that top 250. We're getting a lot of participation in our EV investments with those customers, a lot of interest in some of our commercial and industrial energy management programs, which I believe Alice will touch on later. And I just wanted to showcase that for a relatively small team, we're directly engaging with those top 250 and have hit 60% in the last 9 months and really have brought a lot to the table, right? We have an educational series called Power Hour. We've communicated to them in advance about our rate changes. We talk to them monthly about our customer programs, PSPS events, and VIP if we have a ribbon cutting in their area. So they really appreciate that, and I would say that increasingly the feedback is that they appreciate us as a trusted energy partner, and those are things that we'll continue to build on. Oops. Our municipal partner management is also part of the work that we do. Actually, this is so great because now the slide's out of date because now we have 20 municipalities that have opted up to Deep Green, which is great. And we do a lot of work with our member community. So right now we have a lot of work around the Deep Green campaign, but on a general basis, we really want to support the sustainability efforts of our member communities. So it's a lot more than just providing electricity service. There's climate action planning, there's reporting, there's FIT projects, there's electric vehicle charging stations, joining community council meetings to provide updates. So those are things that we just sort of bake in as part of our usual work, and that municipal partner engagement is something that's really core to what we do. Here's just sort of a highlight of some of the ways we've been reaching out to your communities recently, and we'll continue to do more of that. I did want to touch a little bit on new community enrollment and inclusion. So while we had a respite this year of enrolling new customers, we're looking forward to welcoming another 11,000 accounts in unincorporated Solano County. We're working closely with Director Vasquez and his team on that planning right now. And then we also have slated for 2021 Vallejo and Pleasant Hill. So we're just going through the technical analysis now, and that will be shared with the board in the next couple months. So we're excited for that. And then we still have communities that are really giving us close consideration, and we will be continuing to provide information to Vacaville, Fairfield, and Dixon for 2022 and beyond. I just wanted to give a shout out to our marketing team. So we did a pretty big refresh of our site in the last 6 months. Take a look if you can. We really welcome your feedback. It's just a new base for us, so there's more tweaks to come. But I just wanted to highlight a couple things. We really spent a lot of time making it very, very customer friendly. So what that means is if you're a residential ratepayer, you're a commercial entity, we've put all the relevant information under those sections in the top header. And I think that it's a great improvement. And the other thing that we've done is we have a new member community benefits page. So hopefully you and your staff will really appreciate. We've put data there in terms of adoption by county, municipality, what those trends are, and kind of more at a glance facts that we get questions on, and hopefully will help be more self-service for climate action planning and things like that. So that's something that was a big lift, and we're really excited with the site. The other thing I just wanted to mention on the marketing front is MCE is very lucky to be in an industry where there's a lot of interest and a lot of support. So we get a lot of press mentions, which is fantastic. But I wanted to highlight a few here because this is what we want to do more of. The local press and those articles are so important to us. We want to show how deeply we're engaged in the community and show that it really does take multiple partners to make this happen, starting with the member community's decision to join MCE. So that's going to be a big priority for my team going forward the next year, is to continue to showcase those great statistics, whether it's municipal opting up to Deep Green, those city accounts, what's other Deep Green campaigns, local projects, and really show the community benefit that we bring to the table, which I think is so unique. So I'm really looking forward to do more of that. And these are just some examples where that's already started. Some goals for this year. These are not terribly different from things that we've been working on the last year, but I just wanted to highlight really making sure that from a community equity perspective, that we're reaching our vulnerable customers in a smart way. Our Deep Green campaign that I'll touch on in a minute, I think our small businesses are going to be great partners for that. We have a lot of small businesses in our service area. And then continue to deepen our partnerships with our large load customers. And I just wanted to end on Deep Green because that's one of our exciting campaigns. So I've left at each one of your seats there just some examples of ways that we're really trying to build on our Deep Green product. We have a 10-year anniversary next year. We're hoping to get close to doubling our participation in Deep Green by then. And in support of that, we've rethought how we acknowledge and celebrate customers that have made the decision to opt up to Deep Green. So you'll see at your seat there's an envelope. That's what it looks like from a customer perspective to receive information from us. It has a lot of let your friends know, here's a sticker, help promote the good work that you're doing in this important choice. And we've also put together a partner toolkit. So I invite you to share that with your staff. That's also on our website under member benefits. And that's something we want to help our partners help promote that work and get to 100% renewable energy sooner rather than later. So as always, thank you for your partnership. That's really the theme of my team. And if there's any questions.
So that was a great presentation, Heather, and I do have a question. I love this Power Hour, that you're doing for the 250 large load customers, but it's such a catchy title, and as you described an education program, I wonder if there's opportunities to expand the Power Hour outreach idea to some of our vulnerable communities as part of the community equity outreach, and just to our communities in general to increase residential awareness as well as small business awareness in particular.
Absolutely. That's a great suggestion. And Leanne Hoadley, who's our manager of community and customer engagement, is sitting in the back there. So she's going to be helping the team pull those things together. I think we have been trying to walk before we run, but you're absolutely right. And the next year we want to run with more of this now that we've sort of proven the model. So we're looking at adding webinars to that, right? And figuring out how we can do that in a smart way, right? With a small team, sometimes a one-on-one, if only 4 people show up, may not be the best approach. So we're absolutely looking at doing that, and stay tuned.
And I think webinars is a great idea, and skipping is okay before you get to running.
Okay,
so,
excellent.
So that sounds great. Brad?
You just don't run with scissors, yeah. I'm not sure if this is the right place to ask this question, but I'll ask it now. In our area, I get to hear, I get the slop over of Sonoma's doing this, Sonoma Power is doing this, and why aren't we, can't we get that in MCE? Are we looking at possibly some partnerships that we can do with, in my case it's Sonoma, but I imagine Contra Costa is probably gets pressure from Alameda. Is there a way that we can work together?
Absolutely. I'll probably let Alice answer some of that on the program side.
Okay.
But what I can say is, and I know I just went quickly through, whoops, let me see if it's on here. one of the things that is an example of that is we've started an employer referral campaign for opting up to 100% renewable energy, because every CCA has that product. And so the Bay Area CCAs have come together and done that, right? Because you often get service in your home, but you work in another area, right? And there's an opportunity to really spread the word at your place of employment. So that's an example of where we're coming together, the CCAs, to do kind of one outreach effort. And we'll be doing more of that. Some of our partners in the Bay Area are newer to the CCA world. And as we've talked about things like a joint advertising campaign, all of those things are on the list. I think they just needed to kind of, again, they needed to walk before they could skip. And so it was just kind of a timing thing. But we are very collaborative with our partners.
Yeah, go ahead, John. Just use the microphone, though. Thank you.
So, and I'm not sure whether we can discuss this here or maybe later under the electric vehicle discussion in the afternoon. There's, as you know, there's a fair amount of opportunity to work with Electrify America, the Volkswagen subsidiary, on siting of new charging stations. I work with them through my role on the California Air Resources Board, and what they always tell me is that they find it difficult getting permitting EV stations throughout municipalities. As you know, the governor's office now has sort of an OPR has a sort of common permitting practice, a guideline book. Can we work with them, or have you had much contact with them in getting them, because it's at their cost, it wouldn't be at our cost, and they have a requirement under the agreement with the state to build out the EV infrastructure within a certain period of time. So what kind of contact have you had, and how's that proceeding, and do you need help on that?
Yeah, and I think we definitely will talk more about this afternoon. We
Okay.
have someone from the governor's office coming to speak about AB 1236 compliance, but and I'll speak to this in my presentation as well. That's one of our priorities for the transportation electrification program going forward. We're seeing more and more funding agencies make that a stipulation of funding, is that communities have their permitting streamlined
Right.
before they can receive funding. So that's a.
But so there's two issues: getting the permit streamlined, but also helping them with locations. Because I talk to them a lot, and they're always saying we're looking for locations, we need locations, and what role can MCE play in actually identifying locations, either through facilities with our partners, right? So I think MCE could have a role in helping with the locations.
Yeah.
So which is separate from the permitting issue now, right? We need the
Yes.
permitting streamlined, but also finding the location. So maybe we'll talk about that this afternoon then?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
that's less, right, I just want to be clear. Have you had contact though with Electrify America on helping on locations?
Yeah, I don't know the extent of how much we've helped with Electrify America's siting to date, but we are working with them. And I think one opportunity we have is to make sure that it's possible to site those within our service area,
Right.
and that kind of the criteria that they're using doesn't eliminate our local communities from their selection process.
Right.
Yeah.
Hi, I have a quick question. So on the reaching out, I want to tie in with that question this afternoon, because there are some other bigger issues I have. But on reaching out, to what extent do you reach out to things like the Small Business Association and some of the local business groups who can then spread the word and maybe even market the fact that First Street in Benicia is a green street? It isn't, but that's a goal I have.
Yes. We're doing that. I think we're going to be doing more of that, right? And so what we've done to date is we are very active as a sponsor partner with a lot of those chambers. We attend meetings as appropriate and then provide content for newsletters, and we're really trying to kind of, be part of their outreach so that we can amplify our message. But one of the goals that I mentioned for this year is we want to have more of a plan around that, because there's a lot of chambers, and we want to be smart about it. And then we also want to make sure that we're going back to the community equity perspective, maybe hitting, whether it's an ethnic chamber or a chamber in a community that may be harder hit from PSPS, right? It's not part of a chain, it's really a local business. also bringing the deep green message to them, because we'll be doing a lot of marketing for those businesses that are opting up so that they can promote that as a selling point for their own business. So next year, you'll certainly hear a lot more on this, and any presentations that I make in the meantime. But it's a big priority, and I agree with your comment.
Okay, thanks.
I do think we have sort of wonderful circular opportunities here, though. We'd love to help you create that Green Street in Benicia. That, is something that I think is a terrific collaboration that MCE can support. We then use that as a model for all the other municipalities throughout our service area. So there's just sort of add-on opportunities here, I think, to push a lot of these forward. And I know that you do work that way. I just wanted to highlight it with this new initiative maybe we can all assist with here.
Sounds good.
Green Streets sound great
I'll talk
everywhere.
to you at the break.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Any other questions? Ray, please.
Ray Withy. Ray Withy. Thanks for that presentation. The Chair Sears mentioned that we took a nice sigh of deep breath because we didn't enroll this year, and that was okay. But you, in your slide, you indicated the future, next year and then future years of either communities that will be enrolled or are under consideration. And my question is, and this may not be the right time to answer it, so I recognize that. My question is, in the past, the analysis that we've done to look at the enrollment dynamics of new communities have usually always come out positive. And they've come out positive because we've had either lowering or flat energy prices. The fact that energy prices are on the increase, does that mean we have to do our analysis of new enrollments in any different way? Because I do recall that in the last enrollment, in the end, we ended up with some considerable volatility in revenue projections. Is that going to be the case in this environment of increasing market pricing for energy, and do we need to do our analyses any differently?
Yeah, I can respond to that question, Director Withy. Thank you. We will not need to conduct a different type of analysis, but you are correct that the results of the analysis may not be positive this time around. We are seeing significant increases in prices, particularly for our resource adequacy products, and some variability in other prices. So that is really the purpose of the analysis. We need to make sure that the addition of new communities isn't going to cause negative impacts on our existing customer base. So we'll be conducting that analysis in the same way, and we expect to have results for the Executive Committee and the Board later this fall.
Can I just add one more thing? I think hopefully, if you look at the size of, in terms of accounts of potential future communities, it's not the size of Contra Costa, right, where the organization doubled. So I think that will help as well. And so, we have a lot of visibility to the size of those potential communities. So I think that's one difference.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Heather.
Great. Well, I'd like to introduce our Director of Customer Programs, Alice Havenar-Dalton. Thank you so much for being here, Alice. Go ahead.
You need to turn your mic on, Alice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So MCE's Customer Programs Department, we work directly with our customers to help them save energy, save money, and use their electricity in a way that helps supports MCE's overarching goals. Today, I'd like to share some of our team's accomplishments and goals for the future in 4 main areas. So I'll be talking about our energy efficiency programs, our income qualified programs, transportation electrification, and our building energy optimization grant. Starting with our energy efficiency programs. So in 2018, which is the last full calendar year that our energy efficiency programs completed, our programs saved just over 1,000 megawatt hours and 70,000 therms. And you can see here how that breaks down by customer segment. I'd like to share a few other sort of potentially more tangible statistics about what we accomplished as well. So on the single-family side, we had over 10,000 single-family homes opt into our seasonal savings program, where we adjusted their thermostat to help them save energy on their heating and cooling costs. And you can see the savings up there. We also launched a new program. So I'll say sort of the overarching context of our energy efficiency programs this year has been built out with the approval of our newly expanded program from the CPUC. So we've been busy launching new programs to new customers that we haven't had the opportunity to serve in the past. And so one of these programs is our residential direct install program. This is focusing on low-cost energy efficiency measures for middle-income homeowners. On the multifamily side, we completed 13 projects, 6 of which were initiated in 2018 and completed that year, and 7 that had been initiated in previous years and that we'd been sort of encouraging along the multifamily projects have a long time frame, so we'd been encouraging them along for more than 1 year. And then we had 6 new projects enter into rebate reservation. On the non-residential side, we worked with 140 small businesses to identify energy savings opportunities and had 37% of those go on to complete projects. And then, as Heather spoke to earlier, we launched new programs for our large commercial, agricultural, and industrial customers. So we'll be working with them to identify energy-saving projects, helping them through the construction process, and providing rebates on the back end for that work. And thanks to the work of Heather's team, we had customers knocking down the door waiting for these programs to launch. So we're off to a strong start. We had customers in the pipeline and on the waiting list before we had even launched the program. So that's been a great collaboration. Looking forward for our energy efficiency programs, so our newly expanded programs were approved in 2018, and we've been ramping up on some new programs, but in the next year, we need to more than double our energy savings to meet the projections that we put into our business plan. So we'll be doing that through a combination of new programs to serve new customers that we haven't had a chance to work with in the past, as well as ramping up what we are able to accomplish in our existing programs. And then another sort of exciting development on the energy efficiency side, we will be looking at opportunities to incorporate fuel switching into our programs. So the idea here is to identify opportunities to swap out gas equipment for electric equipment, which has efficiency benefits, it has GHG reduction benefits, and it also has some direct comfort and health benefits in terms of potentially adding cooling to customers who are desperately in need of it and reducing indoor air pollutants from gas equipment. Moving on to our income qualified programs. So we are really proud of our low-income families and tenants program. This is the program that serves low-income multifamily properties. This program started as a 2-year pilot, and we just are in the process of extending it to be a 3-year pilot. To date, we've worked with 22 properties to identify projects. 6 of those have completed projects, and it includes 57 heat pumps. So we've been piloting that fuel switching effort in this program, and it's been really successful. It's been one of the main drivers of interest in the program. So properties are really interested in doing this type of work. And this program is integrated with our standard multifamily energy efficiency program. We also work with the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative to serve low-income multifamily and single-family programs. So the LIFT program that I just spoke about is sort of the backbone program for the multifamily side of Green and Healthy Homes. And then on the single-family side, we work with a different group of programs to provide health and safety, energy efficiency, and comfort measures to residents. You can see here it's for low-income customers, and we define that as 80% of AMI. We leverage other partner programs, some of whom I have up here on the screen. And then in Marin, the Marin Community Foundation provides additional funding for work in units. I wanted to share this case study. I think this really illustrates what the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative is able to do. So this is a single-family home. It had 2 senior residents, both of whom had mobility issues and respiratory health needs. And the program worked with several other partner agencies, the Marin County Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, LIHEAP, Bob Roberts Client Assistance Program, GHHI Marin, and the Wood Spoke Program from the County of Marin. And they were able to put in ADA accessible bathrooms, remove the wood-burning fireplace that was the main source of heat for this home, and replace it with a cleaner source of heat, installed weather stripping, LED light bulbs, low-flow faucets, and smoke alarms. So these are the types of projects that we want to do more of. And then last but not least, we have our partnership with Grid. This is a longstanding partnership to help single-family low-income homeowners put solar on their roofs. That's been operating since 2012, and since then we've done 98 solar installations and expect to see over $2 million in energy bill savings for those customers. We recently launched a multifamily side of this program, so we are also helping multifamily properties serving low-income customers put solar on their roofs. And so far, we've had 2 projects go through that program. Looking forward for our goals for our income-qualified programs, we would like to continue offering LIFT in the next cycle of funding from the CPUC. So in November, we'll be applying to continue that program for the next cycle through 2026. And we would like to expand the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. Our long-term objective is to expand it across our whole service area. Right now it operates in Marin. Our next step is to expand it to Contra Costa County, and we've been working on a business plan and working closely with the county staff to make that possible, and we anticipate that happening in the coming year. Onto our transportation electrification programs. After our first full year of this new program, we've committed funding for 776 ports at 66 different sites across our service area, and 207 of those have completed construction today. We are launching our a vehicle rebate for low-income customers, so we'll be providing them with $3,500 towards the purchase of an electric vehicle, and we are launching that as we speak. So this month, potentially beginning of next month, we'll be having that available for customers. Upcoming activities for transportation electrification. We are working with with Heather's team to increase the adoption of Deep Green for EV drivers. We want as many of the EVs on the road to be charged with Deep Green as possible. We're identifying multifamily sites for a car sharing pilot. So there's really this chicken and egg problem in multifamily properties where maybe there are no EVs on site, and so why would you put in a charger? And then why would you get an EV if there isn't a charger available on site? So we'd like to partner charging with a car sharing program to help sort of introduce that to sites, and then hopefully use that as a way to make this more possible for low-income multifamily properties. We're working on a Drive Clean behavior change campaign to help spread the word about electric vehicles. And then lastly, as we'll talk about more this afternoon, we want to work with all of our member communities to see what we can do to increase compliance with AB 1236 and streamline the permitting process. As I mentioned before, this is a prerequisite to some funding. A lot of funding agencies are using this as a prerequisite, and so this will be really key to unlocking more funding for charging stations. And then lastly, our Building Energy Optimization Grant. This is a grant from the CEC with the goal of delivering an innovative and replicable CCA program solution that enables targeted, optimized DER portfolios to be deployed rapidly across CCA service territories. So the core activity of this grant is a analysis tool and a program manual to quantify the benefits of DERs behind the meter at customer sites. The grant runs from November 2017 through December of 2020, so we're right in the midst of it right now. And I have here sort of our core question of this, that this tool should be answering. I see there, oops. Sorry, on my screen, you can see actually a graph on the top, so that doesn't seem very visible. But we're starting this looking at deployment of storage for our NEM customers and modeling what the costs and benefits would be of that scenario. So I apologize, it's not very visible here, but the top graph shows sample load curves from existing NEM customers, and then the blue lines on the bottom graph show what that load would look like with batteries being charged from solar and being deployed at optimal times. And we're trying to understand, what the implications are of that. And we will eventually translate that into a program manual that can be shared with other CCAs and serve as a replicable model across the state. And with that, I'll take any questions.
I have a question. Thanks. So I'm really glad that you brought up the health effects for the heat exchange for the older adult home. It's not often done. Most people think that when you're advocating for the heat exchange to replace your natural gas is that it's for good things like energy conservation and what have you. Benicia is in that little circle of high asthma rates, and this would be a terrific advertising campaign for folks who are thinking about the fires, for instance, that affected the Bay Area. So those people, the early adopters, are actually going into heat exchange for that purpose without understanding the chronic exposure to natural gas, particularly if the furnace is in the same floor that they're living. So that's a prelude to how do we increase that link and get more adoption for the heat exchange to replace natural gas.
Yeah, I mean, I think just telling that story that you just told very well about the indoor air quality, I think the other aspect of it is it, in some cases, can add cooling opportunities where there weren't before, which is, while it does increase energy consumption, is really instrumental in climate resiliency. As we face warmer temperatures, it's really a health concern for customers. So I think just, we want to, as much as possible, talk about all those benefits. And yeah, we actually have seen a huge interest in heat pumps and the programs that offer it to date. So I think our challenge is actually keeping up with the demand at this point. We see a huge demand.
So I might jump in on that because I think, you're really great at the collaborations and the variety of people that you work with on a regular basis as you need to do with energy efficiency programs. But it seems to me all of our communities are so concerned right now about emergency response and fire preparedness that there's a tremendous opportunity to really make sure that we are partnering with our local fire departments and our county fire and our other emergency responders so that whenever they are going out to the community to talk about disaster preparedness, fire readiness, we also include that conversation and that MCE is engaged. We have our Health and Human Services in the County of Marin is very, very interested in the health impacts of climate change, and I think building these collaborations so that we are out there not just on our own, but we are really partnering up, and we're seeing this with the PSPS shutdown. I'm sure we'll talk about it more this afternoon, the integral role that we really have to play in all the preparations and the conversations that all of our communities are having about the PSPS shutdown. So I think a lot of it is just pushing ourselves in to some of these other opportunities to talk to people to get the word out because from my perspective, all of us have a very strong interest in our energy efficiency programs and pushing them forward. It's obviously challenging because so much of it is the individual touch, like in the example you gave of the one house with the seniors, and that's fabulous. But figuring out ways to scale it up, as we all know, is tremendously challenging. And so I think the more we can link up with our other agencies and seize the opportunity of conversations that some people may be thinking about on a separate topic when it's actually not, that would help us all out. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think another opportunity that we're looking at too for scaling it is working with contractors and making sure that when somebody calls a contractor, that the contractor that comes to their house knows about the opportunity and is knowledgeable and prepared to install a heat pump if that's appropriate.
Hi, thank you, Alice, for your presentation. I'm thinking about the low-income family and also the $3.5 million pilot program and also the multifamily program. Can you break down just in a high-level way what % of those monies are spent on things like rebates versus audits versus administrative or overhead? Like, how does the money get spent in a general way?
I can speak generally to that and then happy to follow up with more details. So our programs have caps. So we typically have a 10% admin cap on any program funds. So we operate under that cap. Specific to this LIFT pilot, our EM&V, so the evaluation, measurement, and verification budget is larger than typical. One, because it's a pilot program. Two, because of the fuel switching component. We really want to understand how fuel switching is behaving in a low-income environment, and also to quantify some of those indoor air benefits. So we're spending a little bit more on EM&V in this pilot than in our standard programs. We're doing actual on-site measurement and verification of the gas equipment before it gets removed, and billing impact analysis after the fact, after customers have moved back in. On standard energy efficiency programs, the EM&V is closer to 1% to 2% of the program budget. Those are sort of our general guidelines in terms of administrative and evaluation budgets, but happy to provide more information, follow up with the actual numbers.
And I see Greg has a question. I'm mindful that we're quite behind schedule because we started late and then we got fascinated by the presentation. So Greg, should be the last question.
Yeah, hopefully this will be a simple question. Your goal for energy efficiency is to double. At some point, doubling is not going to be practical. Where is your view of the going forward of when doubling won't be practical?
So our plan included a 6-fold increase in our energy efficiency activities. We are probably, a third of the way to that goal. But it is a question. Our funding is provided through the CPUC, and as a stipulation of that funding, we have to show that our work is cost effective, and that's the first barrier that we've been hitting up against, is that we're seeing a decrease in the cost effective energy efficiency measures that are available. Some of the strategies we have there is considering how we are measuring cost effectiveness. Obviously we want to find new measures, but I think we also have to look at how we've been looking at the cost effectiveness of energy efficiency. We're not really, our goal, we have other goals beyond simply conservation at this point. There are lots of ways that we can use programs to change how customers are using energy beyond just reducing the total energy consumption. So we're looking at those types of benefits to help sort of augment the benefit side of what we're doing to make that work continue to be cost effective.
And if I could just add to that, the good points that Alice just made, I just want to add that the programs that we have engaged on are costly programs. Engaging with low-income and multifamily customers is a lot more resource intensive than going into a large hotel and swapping out all the light bulbs. So we think these programs are important. They're what our community wants and needs. So how cost effectiveness is measured may need to be re-examined a bit in light of what are the greater needs to vulnerable customers.
Super. Thank you, Alice. All right, Dawn. It's time to talk about challenges and opportunities. Dawn.
Great. So as we shift gears into talking about challenges and opportunities, our first item here is focused on becoming greenhouse gas free and some of the new challenges that we're seeing in the marketplace. And this item will be led by Kirby Dussel with Pacific Energy Advisors. Kirby's been working with MCE since, before inception, 2007 or so. So he knows a lot about MCE, he knows a lot about the market, and he knows a lot about the greenhouse gas free challenges. So take it away, Kirby. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And I think in just a second here, we'll get the slide deck up on the screen, which would be fantastic. But in the meantime, just kind of setting up this discussion, we have a very limited amount of time to get through a very meaty topic. In fact, it's really one of the charter objectives for this organization. And, I was thinking about this particular topic and the importance of it to MCE, and was reminded how many times it's been stated in meetings and written down in various presentations, and I just kind of got a little chuckle because one of the areas where mentioning of this particular important objective showed up was in MCE's very first power supply agreement, which was executed back on March 18th of 2010, and in the second recital of that particular confirmation agreement, it's noted that MCE was established to protect the environment by furthering the environmental goals of AB 32, so a bit of a dated reference there, but nonetheless, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions by studying, promoting, developing, conducting, operating, and managing energy and energy-related climate change programs, including but not limited to the CCA program. So that's kind of why we're here in many regards. So this is an important topic to discuss. And I think the good news is that this transition that MCE has underway is in lockstep with California's broader policy objectives. So we're doing the good work that California wants done. And I think that's important to note as well. And in fact, we're on track to get there much sooner than we need to. So SB 100 and the 2045 100% GHG-free goal, that will occur far after MCE gets there. So I think that's also noteworthy. So how are we doing so far? And how have we done in the past to date? For many of you, this slide will look familiar because it's been shared at various points in time at board meetings and technical committee meetings. And I think it's important to just highlight the transition that's gone on over MCE's history. And in particular, there are some pieces of this puzzle that are important to note. And I think they're important to note because not only are they responsive to our climate-focused objectives, but also to customer interest. And you can see in the bar chart here the various components of MCE's clean energy supply that are related to bundled renewable energy. So if we were to relate that to products available in the marketplace, we're talking about things like bucket 1 and bucket 2, or portfolio content category 1 and portfolio content category 2. These are terms that have been discussed from time to time. And then unbundled renewable energy certificates. And this has been a hot topic over the years, and I think MCE has listened to its customers and has heard some of the comments made by critics, both of this organization in particular and elsewhere throughout the state, and has responded to that and has weeded these particular products out of its supply portfolio over time. And you can see that transition here. But all the while, we're working our way towards increasing levels of carbon-free energy. And you can see how these bar charts stack up over time, most recently here in 2018 at nearly 88% GHG-free for our supply portfolio. So we've made a lot of progress, and I think that's impressive to note that not only have we made this progress, but we've done it in a way where we're really trying to be responsive to our customers and also to the policy constraints that we're working under. Oh, one too many. All right. Okay, and this slide here, this slide on its surface might look like an us against them type slide, but it's really not. It's really about showing the different retail service options that are available to customers that live within MCE's service territory. And of course, I'm talking about MCE and its aggregate supply portfolio, as well as PG&E. And I think the really impressive thing here is that there's a very positive transition that's underway over time. And this is all being done while tools in our proverbial toolbox are being taken away. And what I'm talking about here is, as we move towards this ultimate goal of becoming GHG-free, there are various products that are available and affecting that transition. Products like hydroelectricity, renewable energy, and nuclear supply in the case of PG&E. And as certain of those renewable energy products are kind of taken off the table by virtue of policy changes, it becomes increasingly challenging to affect this transition. So maybe the moral of the story here is stay on your toes. Things are changing quickly. This organization's exhibited that it is very apt at being nimble, and it'll continue to need to be nimble over time in order to deal with these changes. One thing to note here, as we look at this relatively close comparison in terms of carbon intensity in 2018 for PG&E and MCE, it's noteworthy that 34% of PG&E's 85% GHG-free supply portfolio is comprised of nuclear assets. So these assets are being phased out in 2024 and 2025, respectively. So we're just around the corner from this GHG-free supply not existing anymore, and I think that's just highlighting, yet again, the challenges of trying to achieve these goals within a space where the constraints are getting a little bit tighter all the time. All right, so some key observations here. Clearly, with MCE's growth, as well as the expansion and growth of CCAs elsewhere, there is increased competition, not just because of the internally set policies of this organization and others like it, but because of the state at large. There's increased competition for these carbon-free products, and as a result, we've seen a lot of tightening of supply and upward pressure on prices in the marketplace. So what does that mean? In addition to having fewer products available to us to affect this transition, it means that those products are becoming harder to find and more expensive. So this is just something else. It's a challenge as part of this transition towards becoming GHG-free that we all need to be mindful of. And unfortunately, with some of these policy changes, the merits of which can be debated, I kind of think of it as trying to win a fight with one arm tied behind your back. And so as we narrow the scope of products that are available in trying to meet these objectives, it just becomes a little tougher to do. So something to keep in mind. And all the while CCAs continue to form within Northern California, oftentimes with like-minded climate-related objectives. So these folks also in adjacent CCA programs that are also trying to achieve very high levels of GHG-free supply. That has the effect of actually making the incumbent utility look cleaner in terms of its supply portfolio, because the relationship between clean energy as a proportion of total supply is really this simple exercise in division. And as the denominator changes, which is always retail sales, you have the effect of increasing your proportionate use of carbon-free supply. So that's just something kind of as a comparative there to keep in mind as well. We've also seen that as part of this transition of load departing for CCA programs, that there has been a kind of a slow and in certain cases a general unwillingness of the investor-owned utilities, which are losing load to these programs, to sell off their excess clean energy supply. And I think that's something that we'd like to see change. There have certainly been sales by the utilities of renewable energy to CCAs, but I think there's a broader interest in exploring the other products that these utilities might have available as their load declines. And I think that might help, serve two purposes, creating a revenue stream for the utility and also allowing us to more easily meet the needs that we have. And then in terms of some of the policy-related changes that are underway, which are really serving to exacerbate these issues, I've already noted that we've got certain renewable energy products that are kind of changing in the way that they're being valued from an emissions perspective. And I think that's concerning to this organization, because just last year, there were products that we could buy that we were receiving kind of zero emissions treatment for, and that's no longer the case with the implementation of Assembly Bill 1110, which has really restructured conventional, methodologies and thinking around ascribing emissions to various power products. And then, of course, there are various other ideas that are being kicked around all the time about how emissions ought to be accounted for. And just sometimes the way that you change the numbers and the math has some unintended consequences and might make an already difficult road even tougher to get across. And here I'm referring to things like measuring emissions intensity on an hourly basis rather than over an annual basis, which is kind of the industry norm. And then we've also got some other issues that are more nascent in terms of their life cycle, like energy storage, and we're trying to grapple with the effects of how we can integrate these sorts of technologies into our supply portfolio to facilitate this transition towards lower use of carbon-emitting resources, and trying to do that, of course, in a very cost-effective way. All right, so what's kind of happening here in terms of the trajectory? This is a slide that depicts CCA sales growth with the bar charts, and then PG&E's emission factor, both historical and projected. And you can see here that as growth of CCA sales has increased, PG&E's emission factor has kind of plummeted. And while I want to point out that that's very good for the customer, depending on which service option you're choosing here, they're both relatively clean. What I'd like to highlight, it's not been a very efficiently administered transition in terms of the disposition of clean energy resources, and I think we could do a lot better. There could be improved coordination between the utilities and the CCAs. Some of that's going on right now, but I think that could even go many steps further in order to meet the objectives of both of those different organizations, as well as the state's broader goals. And then getting back to one of the items that we've already touched on in terms of the accounting itself and what's in play now versus what was in play in the past. In the past, emissions accounting when dealing with renewable energy products was very simple. You buy 1 megawatt of renewable energy, you get 1 renewable energy credit, and that was generally treated as 0 GHG, emission-free. That convention's changing, whereas now there's some picking and choosing amongst renewable energy products where some receive no emissions benefits at all. Others, it's kind of like a crapshoot. It's actually a roll of the dice depending on the nature of that transaction. And then others are treated in a more traditional way where the buyer of those products is going to get kind of the full emissions benefit. And this is kind of becoming more and more challenging and more intensive from a cost perspective as we try to navigate this transition in a way that really results in MCE becoming GHG free, but doing it at a cost that's manageable and of course with a minimal rate impact as well. And so beginning January 1st of 2019, this new methodology for dealing with emissions has gone into effect. In fact, we just got the last iteration of the regulations for this new AB 1110 methodology just about 2 weeks ago, I think. And that's a little interesting timing-wise since it occurred, roughly 9 months after the regulations went into effect. So we're trying to kind of grapple with that now and figure out how this may affect our planning and procurement processes going forward. And the moral of the story is that once upon a time, really all renewables were treated equally, and now that's not the case anymore. So we're having to be more careful about how it is that we go about buying products, planning for those products, and making adaptations along the way if they're not available. And you can see here how this may in fact affect our emissions intensity over time. You can see the trajectory there, the solid line that's really kind of to the middle of the graph and then off to the left, as well as these dashed lines, which are intended to exhibit kind of a worst case scenario, if you will, in terms of the interpretation of these new emissions accounting methodologies, and then what may be achievable if MCE adapts its practices to more explicitly procure products that are known to be GHG free, but ultimately will come at a higher cost. And so I think, understanding where we would have been and where we want to be, and the fact that filling in that pie chart there or making that transition from the top dashed line down to the bottom isn't as simple as snapping your fingers. This is something that comes at a tremendous cost and quite a lot of rigor in terms of the process for going out and finding these products if you can find them at all. So in terms of planning, what are we doing to deal with this? And I think, one of the things is we're trying to understand where we're left after these new regulations are going into effect. And the other is trying to actively engage in the marketplace to make sure that we've got our finger on the pulse of the suppliers that are willing to offer us the products we need, what they're charging for those products, and being as active as possible on the contracting front. Lindsay talked about that earlier. And, this is literally going on every day, many hours a day, trying to coax out supply that's needed in order to help MCE meet its carbon-free objectives. And over the next 3 years, that transition is hopefully going to put us in a place where we're about 99% GHG free. So that's a bit of a step up from where we are now, roughly gaining 10, 11, 12% relative to the last couple of years in terms of that carbon-free supply. And we'll just have to see what's available and how much it costs and how much this is likely to affect rates to make sure that we're able to get there. And of course, this governing body will be kept apprised of that progress along the way. So I think that leaves some questions on the table. Some of them have been asked before, but I think it's worth bringing them up again now. And I think some of these questions, will necessitate a lot of cooperative interaction with the supply community, with our regulators, with the legislature, to make sure that there's an understanding and appreciation for the impacts that occur when policy changes change the value of products that we've procured, change the accounting for the emissions associated with those products, and how it is that ultimately affects our achievement of our internal objectives as well as the state's broader achievement of its environmental objectives as well. And so you can see here these range from concerns related to devaluation of supply commitments, forward supply commitments, that is, that have already been made, and how do we preserve the value of those products to make sure that the contracts that we signed yesterday or a year ago or 2 years ago are delivering the benefits that we anticipated that our customers would be receiving. And as it turns out, we've already had a few curveballs thrown at us in that regard. And so I think it's important that as this dwindling toolbox is put in front of us for clean energy products, we preserve what's left to the greatest extent practical, to make sure that we've got a little bit of flexibility in trying to meet these goals, and that we also don't have stranded value on the table. And I think it's also important to consider, how California's policy objectives interplay with adjacent states and the Western region at large. Clearly, there are adjacent states that have their own RPS mandates, but some of those aren't nearly as lofty as California's. And the same can be said about GHG-free portfolio design as well. And so as these policies continue to evolve and interplay with California as well as regional power markets, how might that affect us as a buyer as well as other similarly situated buyers? And so that's really all I have today, and happy to answer any questions. And I think we've, of course, got Lindsay and others as well.
Great. And at this point, I just wanted to, as we're going to enter into a dialogue here, I wanted to invite Commissioner Guzman-Aceves to come up to the dais and join us for the questions. And she may have some questions as well.
Kirby, I've got a question. Are you ready for questions, Don?
Yes.
Kirby, thanks. Great presentation. As you pointed out at the beginning, this subject is kind of the core of why we're here. I wish we had a lot more time to talk about this, because I think we could spend a lot more time talking about it. Maybe at a future board meeting, we can devote some more time to get into the details, and particularly maybe for the benefit of the newer board members. Some of this is probably all new to them. But the one thing you said that I was kind of curious about, right at the beginning, you were talking about the possibility of perhaps getting the IOUs to sell off part of their greenhouse gas-free supply sources. And the question occurred to me is, why would they do that? I mean, they're under the same pressure, both regulatory as well as for society's benefit, to increase their percentage of greenhouse gas-free electricity. So why would they even sell it? If I was them, I probably wouldn't, but maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, it's a really fair question, particularly when there's a competitive advantage that exists as a result of retaining that supply. And I know we've got Sam in the audience, and Sam's been very involved in a variety of discussions. And candidly, Sam, maybe this is a question for you. I'm not sure how much of the discussion that's been going on related to the various PCIA working groups can be shared at this point in time. So maybe I'm looking over to you a little bit, and you can yell at me or come up here, either one. Who is he?
Yeah, it's okay for us to discuss what's going on in that proceeding. Sam, you're welcome to come up if you'd like.
Yeah.
We've noticed those service lists.
And I'll go ahead and just maybe share at a high level that discussions are underway for the disposition of some of that supply. And I think, the timeline is still being worked through. The nature of the interactions between the utilities and interested parties in that supply are still being worked through. Sam, I don't know if you want to add anything on that?
Just thanks, Kirby. Just maybe a couple of notes. So the Cal CCA PCIe working group is aware of this, and we're working through as part of the working group 3, the portfolio optimization section. We're working at different ways to maybe let the other LSEs get a portion or some of that through, and looking at different ways to get it. Maybe it's through an allocation or different methodologies, but it's work in progress. I don't know if that totally answers your question, but it is. We know about it, and we're working on it.
Yeah, maybe the quick follow-up there is there'll be more to come, right? So I think it's a good question that you ask. It's certainly a question that's being that's others have as well, and as Sam pointed out, there's a lot of work being done on this very topic. So more updates to come on that. But I think it's something we've got at the forefront of our minds. MCE as an organization certainly has at the forefront of its mind, and I think the CCAs and other retail sellers generally have similar concerns. So yeah, we'll keep you posted as this discussion evolves.
Would you turn off your microphone, Bob? Would you turn your microphone off? Ford, and then Greg.
Kirby, with respect to your first bullet point that's up there now, would you describe in more detail what the devaluing of existing MCE clean energy contracts due to policy changes means?
Sure, absolutely. So I'll give you a really specific example, and I think this is probably the very best example that I could give. So there's one of the products that's kind of fundamental in meeting the RPS, or Renewable Portfolio Standard, compliance objectives is one that's referred to as Portfolio Content Category 2, or Bucket 2. And I'll just generally describe this as power produced by an eligible renewable generator that's located outside of California, and there being a parallel delivery requirement where power must be imported into the state of California during the same calendar year in an equivalent quantity to the renewable energy that was produced by this renewable facility. And that particular product, it's a little bit of a hodgepodge, and it's tough to describe, and I'd be happy to elaborate if you need me to, but those are the general principles of the product. But in the past, there was really no question about whether or not this volume of energy that was produced out of state by an eligible renewable facility with this related delivery import energy requirement into the state, whether or not that was truly GHG free or not. And one of the transitions that has been put into place as a result of Assembly Bill 1110 is that these very types of products, it's no longer certain that they will be treated as GHG free. So you're buying this renewable product, you are the recipient of the renewable energy certificate associated with that renewable energy product. You receive that renewable energy certificate, retire it for use in a compliance program. It gets counted on your power content label as renewable in nature, as in proportion to your total supply, but it may not be treated as GHG free based on this practicality of this imported power possibly coming from a source that isn't also GHG free. So now there needs to be this coincidence of importing energy that's also GHG free.
So in terms of long-term contracts, the assumptions that were made at the point that you enter into the contract subsequently due to policy changes have been altered, so the reliance that we as MCE initially imposed in terms of the GHG-free quality of it no longer necessarily apply, and that is what is the nature of the devaluing?
You said it better than I did. Yeah, absolutely, that's the case.
I'd like to respond to that because unfortunately I think that's a oversimplification of the situation. And if I could just step back a little bit to say, we're now hitting an era where the energy being procured is getting tighter, all of these situations that were rightfully put forward. And what we're doing is we're becoming more transparent and more accurate. And just as you talked about your transition from dependence on too many of these RECs, which are not true procurement of real energy coming into your customers. This is an iteration of that. And there are a lot of other additional examples where some of the power that you are receiving is browner than what you are actually attributing to your portfolio. And that may be a hard thing to say, but I do think as we're all being more and more transparent with each other, we have to be more accurate because it's going to get harder to get past that 80% to get to 100. And what the power content label is attempting to do is to keep us all honest about that, to not be resource shuffling with other states where coal is going to be continued to use or gas is going to be continued to use. And I really am sorry to be missing the next conversation on resource adequacy because that's really our biggest challenge in terms of our gas dependency. So, you know, there are other examples that we can go into to share our concern about some of the purchasing that's happening, including some of the purchasing that happens on the market and also through some of the purchasing through CAM that is not fully accounted by in your own portfolios. So I do want to just kind of gently push back on the narrative that policymakers are changing the rules midway. It's really about being more accurate with what we're actually procuring, and really when you're claiming to be 100% green, to actually be 100% green. And in a way, because of the purchasing that's happening currently, particularly that energy that's cammed, the IOUs are taking more of the burden on the brown power that is actually getting to your customers. So I'm sure that we can have a longer conversation about that. And I'm really looking forward to having more of these conversations, by the way. I think this direct dialogue is really helpful, kind of clarifies one view of how we're looking at an issue and a separate view. So I don't know, but I just want to put a little pin there to say it's not quite that simple.
I appreciate your comments. I guess certainly for myself, particularly in this whole realm, I'd like to start simple because if I don't, it's almost impossible to understand. So I appreciate your clarifications.
And Commissioner, if I could just add, if you do have to leave before we get to the resource adequacy part of our conversation, I'd welcome you to provide any information or make any statement that you want to make to us before you do leave. I don't know what your timing is, but just so you know. Yeah.
Thank you very much. You know, I was just, this is an area, my kind of plea, I actually was down in LA and met with the Los Angeles Clean Power Alliance. And we had a really bad situation in the LA basin last year due to the fuel price of gas coming into the electricity generators that actually ended up pushing the entire market price to $1,000, something where you're averaging around $35 today. And what happened to the CPA customers is that they then had the burden during a transition year of dealing with an unforecasted $800 million in expenditures that they did not forecast, $800 million. And we need to avoid that. And part of the way we avoid it is to have these types of dialogues with the IOUs, not just on energy contracts, but a harder dialogue, which is how do you partner together on the resource adequacy portfolio? And how do you partner together on getting a green resource adequacy portfolio? And I actually think that you can lead that dialogue, particularly on making sure that the resource adequacy is green and the local resource adequacy is green. And that's going to take possibly a whole lot of smaller projects being bundled together. I was glad to see the description of your storage goal, and hopefully that has also a capacity a resource adequacy component to it to really make that value for your customers. And really that's kind of my hope in seeing that you ensure that in this, I hope you say yes to a bunch of the questions that I saw here, like having this 10-year period of getting your RA to be GHG free. I hope that's a yes. And the dialogue earlier of if we can play a role in helping facilitate the dialogue with the IOUs on this, I think the IOUs are complex but also interested in this goal in a way. As procurers of energy, you're on the same side on this one because the generators have so much concentrated market power when it comes to resource adequacy that I think there's a real opportunity for maybe some of the old days of not being able to partner up with utilities could be a thing of the past, or at least to be able to see the mutual benefit for your customers on coordinating on the procurement for resource adequacy. So that's kind of a really high level. I think we're going to continue all of your participation in those proceedings is really helpful, and I know that there is a PCIA settlement as well, so that's good to see that there is that greater dialogue happening. But I think for RA in particular, as somebody who is also a proponent of getting to 100%, it is a huge piece of the puzzle that is going to be very hard. The roles of new technologies are going to have to play a role there that we don't even know about, hydrogen potentially, but also, really building up that local capacity is something that you all have the ability to do, hopefully in a much quicker time frame.
Thanks very much. I always appreciate that input that we should do more faster. Super. Appreciate your being here. Other questions for Kirby or comments from the board?
Yes,
Greg,
as long as we're touching on the resource adequacy, one of the things that we're entering into a long-term contract that deals with the storage hybrid cases, and that this speaks back to Mr. Green's comment about contracts that are rendered not as what we expected when we entered into them. How will you potentially address potential future changes in legislation that render our contracts that we're entering in today to meet the resource adequacy not suitable for future rules? I mean, that's really hard to conduct our business to be fiscally prudent to enter into contracts when the rules are changing that render those contracts not the same benefits that we thought we were going to get when we entered into them.
Right. Well, see, that's where I have a little consternation with the way that presentation was laid out a little bit, because just yesterday I went to the ISO, and part of what we have the same goal here, which is to get real reliability to all of our customers that's actually green and available. And, sometimes what we see happening in the market is one of the concerns we have right now that we're talking about that people have to increase in their contracts, and we just put out a PD on this so I can talk about this, is for out-of-state RA, is that those guys are bidding it at $1,000. They don't have that power. They're bidding in something that's not there. And so we have to clarify and reiterate our rules that contract needs to make sure that energy is actually there for our reliability, especially when it's coming in from out of state. So, are we going to update our rules? You betcha. We're going to update our rules because we don't want to have an energy crisis again in this state. And we want to update our rules to make sure if they're claiming that it's green energy, it's actually green energy. So, that's the perspective we're coming from. We're not saying you have a solar contract and, we are saying you have a solar contract and guess what? It's not producing in a reliable way in the hours that we thought. That's another example of the change that was happening, which is one of the reasons we want to go to hourly instead of annually is that it matters when the energy is produced. It is browner when it's 7 p.m. in the evening. You all know that. And so that's an example of, okay, yes, we are changing the rules. Once again, we're updating them to be more transparent and more accurate. And in fact, to really deliver reliable and clean energy. That's the same goal. So I wish we had more. Somebody mentioned more webcasts. We do need this greater dialogue because we're seeing information on our end that is really driven by reliability, keeping the lights on. You guys are way ahead of us on the innovation front, on the partnership with your local customers front, and we need to keep bridging those gaps, absolutely. And unfortunately, I do have to go. And there's so many more issues that I would love to continue to dialogue about. We're not too, you're lucky, you're close to us. I'm actually based in Sacramento, but I do hope that we improve the dialogue and we start to really be a partner that I think we haven't been in the past. So I'm looking forward to that, and I really thank you all for your leadership in this space and really playing a role in democratizing more of our energy. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you so much for being here. All right. So Dawn, do you want to move into our resource adequacy and greenhouse gas phase-out presentation at this point?
I think that's a great idea. So our next item is resource adequacy and greenhouse gas phase-out. And we're going to be hearing from Brian Goldstein, who's also with Pacific Energy Advisors, and also Viken Kasarjian, our Chief Operating Officer. And we're going to start off with Brian. Thanks.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. And as Don had commented, to be myself and Viken tag teaming this presentation, and appreciate the commissioner's comments earlier about resource adequacy. And I think the intention of MCE. I think MCE has MCE's got a great track record of compliance, of doing everything in its power to be compliant with the rules. And I think now it's a new flavor of how do we maintain a status of compliance, but also bring in green and cleaner capacity resources for resource adequacy compliance. And so the first bullet we have, and what Kirby was discussing earlier, what Lindsay had walked through in her presentation, is we're typically talking about the energy portfolio as contracted energy, what's being delivered to the grid to MCE's customers. That goal of 99% GHG free by 2022 is related to the delivery of energy. Resource adequacy, I know I've had conversations with the technical committee many times. I've been at board meetings before talking about this topic, but that is a product where it's not related to the flow of energy. It's really an insurance-like product to ensure that there are generators online and available at any point in time to meet the peak demand of the grid. So typically, right, the state peaks in the summer, so it's ensuring there's enough facilities online to meet that peak demand at any time. With respect to, and back to the point of it not being delivered to customers, this is not reflected on MCE's power content label. This is truly a compliance obligation in which compliance filings are submitted to the CAISO and the PUC on an annual and a monthly basis. However, MCE, with its mission and its objectives to its customers, has had a second layer of kind of their objective of resource adequacy procurement. Layer one, and kind of the last bullet you see here, is how do we get compliant? We need to ensure compliance. We need to ensure that there's a reliable grid in California. But layer two is how do we do that cost effectively and layer in cleaner and greener resources. As was discussed earlier, there's many power purchase agreements with wind solar contracts in which we realize resource adequacy benefit to those contracts, in which we can either sell the marketplace or claim for our compliance obligations to the PUC. As was talked about earlier, the value of that resource adequacy, RA I'll call for short, has been considerably devalued over the last 3 to 4 years based on reoccurring changes by our regulators to reduce the values. And I don't think there's an argument of there's less resource adequacy kind of value for those resources based on when the sun goes down and when the state's peak demands are. However, back to the contractual questions and concerns is how do you value this, right? How do you layer this in the portfolio and maintain compliance going forward? And so that's been one difficulty of getting GHG free on the RA front, are those changing rules and these factors being adjusted in a downward fashion. The other part related to regulatory is the uncertainty as well. How are newer technologies, newer resources going to be valued? So solar plus battery storage, there's not yet a prescribed value for that resource adequacy just yet. That's being worked on by the regulators, but that's not currently there. So there aren't accurate market signals just yet. Similarly, what about 4-hour duration batteries? Some of the projects the MC is evaluating right now to bring in the portfolio from both an energy and capacity perspective, but question, will those be devalued in the future? Will 4 hours only be valued as 2 hours, and they're going to be looking for 8 hours soon? So again, how do we put together a portfolio that is more GHG free on the RA front? With that said, I'm going to pass over to Vicken to talk about kind of the next evolution of this.
Thank you, Brian. I'll try to go a little bit faster because we're kind of falling behind a little bit. But the most interesting thing for me is that we had brought this issue to the board in one of the more difficult subject matters to discuss about, possibly investing in gas fleet that actually will give us the bridge to get into a cleaner future. So basically, inside California, now we have about 180 power plants that are reliant on gas operations. And about 50% of them in this area, too, are in disadvantaged communities that we would like to reduce the emissions from it. So the technical solutions that has been brought to California ISO, some merchants and regulators, is to merge the power plant's operation instead of just relying on the gas, to add storage that, like Brian mentioned, does not rely necessarily on a 4-hour long or longer battery supply portfolio to be married with the power plant, but something that actually can help the California ISO and other balancing authorities run their balancing authority functions, primarily frequency, voltage support, inertia in the system, these technical terms. So as far as a storage only versus a storage hybrid case study, the intent is to reduce significantly the size of the battery, the basically lithium-ion at this time, and with the technology's assistance to bring it down to about the 30-minute mark. If you ask why is it that we have the 30-minute mark instead of a 4-hour, the balancing authorities need to function, depend on their capacity, the potential of generation, in case there is a need in the grid that's called usually ancillary services. Those ancillary services are measured in 15-minute increments when it is called from your balancing authority to be dispatched. That means to actually generate. So one of the fundamental reasons this is extremely beneficial is to allow the battery to react to a dispatch instruction from your balancing authority at least twice. In the meantime, you have a generator that you can be charged from or from the system, and help significantly reduce the emissions. Now we have, I think previously mentioned, 60% reduction in emissions. Another item that we are working on with like Edison in California ISO, in the unions represent the operators to see, are there any ways that we can reduce the operation and maintenance of these hybrid power plants such that, for example, can we do an automated dispatch from a control center that belongs, let's say, to Edison or PG&E on such a power plant, instead of sending a crew to actually test the power plant the whole day? So I think from the numbers I've seen at the initial phases that we could even reduce it close to 80% if we have some fundamental changes in the way we operate and maintain these power plants. And back to you, Brian. Unless there are any questions, we'll pass the baton.
Great, thank you, Vicken. We can speed through here. Yes.
So we do have a question here.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is John Vasquez, Solano County, and I don't know where this question falls in, but a number of years ago, probably a decade ago, there were a number of peaker plants built to meet that demand. In less than, there were like 49 megawatts. What role do they play anymore in the system itself?
Yeah, I'm curious what Vicken has to say as well, if you want to take this question. Yeah.
Very, very good question. Those plants are the backbone for California ISO to react in real time for real-time needs. Approximately less than 400 hours a year, worst case scenario. those are the plants that are ideal to be coupled with 30-minute batteries because they are called upon, and we know the battery can take care of 60 to 80, even more % of the calls from the California ISO without emissions from the power plant. So they're ideal.
Yeah. So should we be looking at siting those around those peaker plants?
There is a significant effort to do that. The initial phase has been that. We are looking at it, saying, can we even do this for larger power plants that we have in the area? But the primary goal is to address the peakers exactly.
Because in Solano County, we have 3.
I know, yeah.
Yep.
Good question.
Yes. So that's actually a perfect segue, and this slide is, at this point, more of a summary of what we've done in the past, some of the issues we're facing, and what are we looking at next to achieve these objectives on the resource adequacy front. One of which that's been discussed already is this recent 10-year long-term RA contract that was entered into with a hybrid resource. Wellhead Power is the name of the company, and it is actually a 48-megawatt gas plant in Fresno, which is a local resource adequacy area. So I think back to some of the comments earlier about the importance of these assets in local areas. And as Vic and as Lindsay had mentioned, here's some stats on 60% reduction in GHG emissions, other reductions in particulate emissions, water reduction in usage of water. So all very positive aspects of this technology combined with how reliable it is and being very good and sturdy for grid reliability in general in the CAISO. I think this chart's actually, to me, very interesting, and it kind of shows, an idea of how this could work and phasing out of gas over time. And I think, if you look at this, it's showing, right now it's standard gas plants, combined cycles, peakers that are providing that true reliability on the grid right now. Kind of the next segment, you see these plants and then the plus the battery. That's indicative of this hybrid contract that MCE has entered into here. And so that's kind of the first bridge to getting off of the gas entirely. And then the next kind of picture you see here is that there's more gas storage hybrids than there are gas, and the gas is starting to be retired. The next segment is now we've got long duration, standalone storage, right, that could even be replacing the gas in total. So I think in general, this is, I guess in our eyes of bringing this opportunity to MCE is that first step in the right direction for all those reasons. So with all that said, some discussion points, decision points. Commissioner had mentioned this earlier, wanting a yes in some of these areas. I agree that is the goal. It's just, how do you do that, and especially for MCE at a cost-effective way in the best interest of your ratepayers. So question 1, should MCE continue to help the state's decarbonization efforts through RA purchases that reduce GHG emissions? How can MCE retain value of RA contracts amidst changing regulatory requirements? And would it be feasible for MCE to phase out GHG emissions to RA contracting over a 10-year period? I will also open it up if there's any other questions or general thoughts about resource adequacy, because it seems to be quite the hot topic these days in our world here.
Elizabeth. I just have a quick question on how do you calculate the uncertainty of hydroelectric power?
Yes, so that's another very difficult one. If we think about those low carbon, carbon-free resources that are available from a resource adequacy benefit perspective, and there is a lot of RA value in hydro, especially that hydro that is dispatchable, so that you can control when it's flowing, when it's producing energy, and when it's providing that benefit to the grid. The difficulty with dispatchable hydro is the water levels, and being able to have certainty on that resource adequacy value will actually be there. So it's more of resources that fluctuate quite a bit, and it's similar to our intermittent resources of solar and wind. It's not necessarily guaranteed either. But we do have hydro contracts already layered into MCE's RA portfolio as well.
I'll speak to the last question that the commissioner encouraged us to say yes to. Certainly, it's going to all depend on technology. So in order for us to achieve that, based on the question that was just asked and the answer that was just given, we're going to have more storage to have a reliable RA that's greenhouse gas free. So it's going to really depend on technology.
Yeah, and I would completely agree. And we have a lot of discussions internally about storage. And I think one of the biggest question marks about storage is just that technology. And, you know, we've seen a lot of studies, a lot of analysis of how much 4-hour batteries actually help the situation until that market's saturated and 4-hour batteries aren't helping anymore. And now we're into the 8-hour batteries, and now we're into the 24-hour batteries. So that's exactly it, is how do we navigate that uncertainty?
Yeah, I think this area clearly is going to be one of great challenges, but some opportunities. And I mean, as you know, as the state's moving with policies to electrify the transportation industry, I serve on CARB, and there's been a lot of new regulations coming out, really trying to move the freight sector as well to electrification. One of the things we're hearing a lot is sort of the lack of electrification infrastructure and the need to generate a lot more power. So what's going to happen is we shift from fossil fuels to electrification in transportation. We're going to see, a great increase in need for electrical power. And I know CARB is working with the California Energy Commission and with the PUC on developing a statewide plan for this. So, I mean, this is going to get even more challenging. Some of the good news, though, is that the technology on battery storage is happening fast, is improving quickly. And the new state rule that requires all electric buses purchases by 2029 is moving the industry to a lot more research on battery storage. So I think we're going to see more more technology improvement quickly in battery storage, but at the same time, we're going to see a lot more need for power, at the same time as houses are converting away, new construction away from fossil fuels to electrification. The transportation industry, which is really the largest GHG emission sector in the state, is going to pose a big demand, and we're hearing that, right? So that's going to be the challenge. And so I think it's unclear, too, how much electricity we're going to need as a state to power an electric freight industry, right, to power vehicles. But there is technology developing now, and Nissan's doing this, where your batteries in your electric car can provide the battery storage instead of a power wall. Nissan's developing that, and hopefully other manufacturers. And so as folks convert to solar, they'll be able to also have battery storage through their own vehicles. So I think things are changing so quickly, but I think, this is a really challenging area, and it's going to be a growing issue.
If I could but to add to that is that the issue of how we get around, how we move goods and how we move ourselves is changing. And to try to construct something based on what we're now doing is not helpful. So we need to look at the role of transit and other alternatives.
Right. But on freight, I mean, what's happening is how we move our freight, that's the move toward electrification, moving away from diesel, is happening. And whether it's by rail or by truck, that piece is,
and water. So we're going to get into distributive energy this afternoon, and I'll save the rest of my remarks for that.
Hold the thought about the importance of battery storage, though.
After listening to these comments, I'm just wondering whether or not a CCA basically can take this on without being fully engaged with a distributor like PG&E. So I guess what I'm suggesting is that our future may be less and less able to deal with these size problems. It may be that we need to start forging a relationship with PG&E now to begin to lay out a equitable way to make this bigger, stronger, higher capacity system. Because if you're talking about moving freight, you're talking about big batteries, and I don't know where they're going to be or how they're going to get their power. But that's not a problem we can solve the way I see it. I think that's something we're going to have to solve in concert, in partnership with PG&E. So it almost seems to me like what's beginning to happen now is that the problem is becoming so big, we will need to kind of etch out our role as a CCA. I'm not saying we go away. I'm just saying we need to begin to figure out what our boundaries actually are, our real capacity, and then start getting those feelers out there with PG&E and the bigger power players so we can be treated fairly as they become more and more the ones who are running the system. So I just thought for the future it might be more along those lines.
I mean, I think that's a great comment, and I think, when I think about batteries, Vic and I have talked about this before, not only do you have the benefit to MCE from managing the energy and the resource adequacy and layering a battery into the portfolio to the benefit of its customers, but then you have an infrastructure benefit, probably where you're going, to PG&E. So where's that mutual benefit of location of PG&E in this case, right? And that same benefit or a similar benefit or like benefit back to MC and its customers. And absolutely, I could see that being the next evolution of battery placement in the state, yeah.
Other comments? So is there an interest in taking the break that we are at least a half an hour late on? I think we definitely, no, you don't want, no, Vasquez says no, we should proceed on, but I'm going to ignore John because we sit together a lot at different commissions. So I know better, yeah. So I think it would be a good time for us to, I know we're getting towards the lunch hour, but I think we've all been here for quite a while. Let's stick with a 10-minute break. Everybody get up and stretch, and we will be back at 11:30. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to get started. If you can make your way back to your seats. And the good news is that we should be able to get to lunch by 12:30 or maybe even sooner. We'll see how these next two items go.
That's always the big lure. Thank you, Dawn. All righty, do you want to just get started, Dawn, as people are coming back in?
Yeah, I'd like to just make a couple of introductory comments, and then I know Heather's going to introduce our guest speakers. This next item is going to focus on the new de-energizing events known as PSPS, or Public Safety Power Shutoff. The PSPS events are triggered on our area by PG&E, and we don't have control over when these events occur, but there's an expectation that the frequency of these events is expected to increase substantially in the next month and in future years. And actually, in a hearing just yesterday, PG&E representatives noted that they are behind schedule inspecting and clearing lines of hazardous vegetation, and that they expect to de-energize more than ever this year than ever before. Because we're a local government organization, we have close ties to our first responders and critical care providers, and our board members and staff work alongside these community representatives during actual emergencies and in emergency planning. Through these interactions, we're aware of how the PSPS events will affect our fire, police, EMT, hospitals, schools, water, and wastewater districts, and we know that the PSPS events will impact these critical facilities directly and the community at large. Cell tower impacts will hamper critical communications, streetlight impacts will hamper traffic flow, water impacts will affect our ability to fight actual fires and supply water and wastewater treatment. There's a ripple effect of safety issues that aren't yet well understood or planned for. So to give us context for our discussion, we have two guest speakers that Heather Shepard, our Director of Public Affairs, will introduce.
Thanks, Dawn. I'm really happy to have two guest speakers here. One of the things that my team has spent some time on is building a new muscle around PSPS notifications, customer outreach, especially with vulnerable customers. So we've partnered within each county in a slightly different way, but we thought it would be important for you to hear sort of from the folks on the ground what the impact of these events are. Our first guest speaker, I'd like to introduce Kevin Tuhey, who's the Emergency Services Officer for Napa County. He has been responsible as the manager for the county's response in the 2014 South Napa earthquake, the 2015 Valley Fire, and the 2017 winter storms and the Napa Fire Complex response. Prior to his role in Napa County, he served for 21 years with the St. Helena Fire Department, and of those years, 15 were spent as chief of the department. So we're really pleased to welcome Kevin. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Brad. Good morning, everyone. Kevin Toohey from Napa County. First up, I want to say I'm pinch hitting for my boss, Carrie Whitney, this morning, who is slated to do this presentation. Carrie's actually had called to a court appearance this morning for the county, so I stepped up and took his spot. My side is a little more heavy weighted on response. His is more litigation and policy. So we're gonna kind of veer to the left a little bit on the response side, where I'm really heavy on that. So I'm glad to be here this morning. We've, in Napa County, have experienced two PSPS events, and I'm going to go through kind of a sequence here of the historical events, and then our current actions, and then the road forward of what we're dealing with. Historically, in the last 3 years, since 2014, 2017, the power companies in California, the utility companies, have actually reported 209 fire incidents caused by their utilities over those 3-year period. That's a number that's not really well known, but it is pretty significant about how many fires were started by their facilities. We in Napa County, of course, experienced the Napa Fire Complex in 2017. In our complex, we had 3 fires. 2 of them were started by PG&E facilities, the Atlas Fire and then the Nuns Fire in Napa County. Very devastating fires. And then, of course, last year, we had the Camp Fire in Paradise, which was the most devastating fire in the state history. As we said, we've had two events in Napa County, one in 2018, and our approach, leadership-wise and policy-wise, was to basically kind of take a more hands-off approach initially and say, well, this is a PG&E event. We're not going to be really involved with OES. We're going to sit back and kind of see how it goes. We were initially, it was reported that they were mainly going to shut down some distribution lines, not transmission lines, and the maps that we actually got showed pretty rural areas in the north end of the county and looked like a fairly insignificant impact. Sadly, when the power got shut down, they shut down some transmission lines, which cut the power off to Calistoga, which is a city in the north end of the county, to 6,000 people, and the impact was about 4 to 5 times what we had initially thought we were dealing with. So that really changed our approach to that. So it was a real learning experience, and a lot more than we've initially anticipated. So the current actions that are going on, where there is litigation, and as you know, there are billions and billions of dollars of losses with the fires in the last couple of years to public entities and to private individuals. And PG&E is currently in their bankruptcy proceedings, and you just heard a report that they are way behind on upgrading and hardening their facilities and their lines, which is going to potentially lead to more critical events for us going into the latter part of the year. We have dodged a bit of a bullet so far, and we're grateful for that. So we'll see where it goes, but we were planning to be rather busy this year in these events. The CPUC rulemaking policies, really, we formed a joint government group with Sonoma County, Mendocino County, Napa County, and then the city of Santa Rosa. And that joint group has been very responsible about pushing policies and recommendations forward to the CPUC. In that rulemaking authority, we actually had combined joint response to the after action report of the 2018 power safety shutdown, and we've really seen some good progress. Them actually taking what we're recommending and trying to put it into rulemaking authority. Our response planning, after the events in 2018, it was obvious that we needed to be a little better prepared. So we developed a PSPS response plan for the county and focused on how we were going to deal with that. And the biggest focus for us was really focusing on our durable medical equipment, people responsible for that require power to actually be part of their life. And that was a big focus for us. And that was part of it. The other part of it was evaluating their after action. The initial after action in 2018 was kind of just a window wash by PG&E, and really not much substance came out of it. And we really pushed that forward with CPUC to say, hey, this is they're really not taking this seriously, and we really have some issues. Business continuity planning, they were completely left out of the game. The businesses in Calistoga were left on their own. The business, of course, Calistoga is a very heavily tourist destination, but also the local markets and businesses had no warning that this was happening, and their power was shut down for over 48 hours. They sustained some pretty significant losses, as did the tourist industry. And so that was one thing. PG&E seems to focus on their customer as the individuals and leaves the business community out of the equation. So we've been pushing that's a real significant part of it. Facility de-energization assessment. We've done a facility assessment in Napa County, and for instance, we are critically deficient in some areas, and we're taking efforts to try to resolve that. For instance, our jail, it is on backup power, but the kitchen is not, and the HVAC system in that building is not, and that's a critical problem when we have a 3-story concrete structure with over 100 inmates, and power could be down for a number of days. Public preparedness. The community meetings after our fires and our fire complex in 2017, our board and our focus was to get out in the community and do a lot of community meetings on fire preparedness. Those meetings have now switched to PSPS preparedness, and those meetings continue, and the focus has been trying to reach the vulnerable populations and really make sure that they're prepared. We've done a lot of outreach with our in-home support service division, actually contacting the people that they're supporting and making sure that they are prepared. I've done a lot of presentations, and when I ask how many people have a go bag and are prepared to be on their own for 72 hours, I'm shocked at how few people actually raise their hand. In our area, we're a fairly rural county. How many people know what a fire weather watch and warning is? Not same kind of response, very shocking. And then, are they prepared to be able to be on their own for 72 hours? And the same type of response. I feel that we need to focus more on that. And I don't know, I'm not really sure how much we can really push people to be prepared, but they really need to be prepared on their own and not rely on government to be able to be there right away. Enhanced alert and warning. We've really focused on the county providing information. PG&E has been very lax and deficient in providing any warning and timely warning to their customers. So the county, in our recent event on June 8th this year, we actually were leading the information sharing on our alert and warning, actually getting the outage map out of the area in the county prior to PG&E even getting it out. So phase 2, potential costs. Cost reimbursement is a big push now for us with the CPUC on the cost sharing and cost reimbursement for local agencies and individuals and businesses. The medical baseline, the outreach. There's a real issue with PG&E saying they're taking care of people that have signed up on their medical baseline, and they're focusing on that. We have a list that's about I'll put it in comparison. Their medical baseline list in Napa County is about 400 people that have registered with PG&E. Our list of people on durable medical equipment that require that equipment is over 4,000 people. So it's about roughly 10 times difference. And in our response plan, we have a priority where we actually access the information and review, overlay that information on our outage map, find out who on that is on that durable medical equipment and what priority they are. Top priority customers we have immediate outreach to. In the recent event, we had a citizen that was not notified by PG&E of the power outage. He was one of our 3 people in priority 1, and he had an artificial heart and required power to be able to supply that heart. We could not get a hold of him, so we sent a deputy en route to his residence. In the meantime, he called our call center, which I stand up when we activate our EOC, our Emergency Operations Center, said he only had 2 hours of power left. And ironically, the deputy knocked on his door about the same time. We transported him to a charging station that we had set up and were able to resolve that issue. This person would have been completely missed on their medical baseline list. So we really focused our response in our EOC to really managing what we can with our people that are definitely at risk with durable medical equipment. And that's just one example. Information sharing, it has improved. It was pretty rough initially, but in the recent event in 2008, we had twice daily briefings with PG&E. Sadly, the times were at noon and then at 8 at night, and that 8 o'clock at night briefing was a little late, and to be able to react, and we got the message that they were terminating power to an area of our county at 6 in the morning on the Saturday. We got that Friday night at 8 o'clock. So I immediately put in plans to activate our EOC, and we were up and running, getting our messaging out. Like I said earlier, we were the ones who got the outage map out 2 hours for the area in the county, 2 hours before PG&E did. We had struggled with them trying to get that type of mapping information available to us from the October incident through the June incident. They were delayed in getting that stuff to us. Future needs for the PSPS events. I think that the impacts have been totally underestimated on how far-reaching these impacts are, and especially to our business community. There is a report that says the mortality rate actually increases by 28% in these events. Fortunately, we haven't seen that, but that impact alone, or that potential for impact alone, means that we really have to be cognizant of what we're dealing with these events. We in Napa County take this very seriously and have plans in place that we completely activate our EOC, do all the notifications to the cities in our jurisdiction, and then actually to the areas in the county that are impacted. The difference between last year in October and this year is now PG&E has now included transmission lines in their de-energization plans. And so we went to an event recently in June of only 1,600 people in a fairly rural area of the county impacted. We are worried about the potential for transmission lines to areas of our county which could impact 20 to 30,000 people. And so our plans have, the outreach have increased. Our plans for potentially activating shelters and support and food to our citizens is if these events actually take 2, 3, and 4 days for large populations, the impact's going to be very significant. So do I have any questions from anybody on our PSPS response?
So I'll start us off. That was a really excellent presentation. I must say your experience with PG&E so far has been quite a bit similar to ours in Marin County has been as well in terms of challenges with advance notice. So I'm sure that all of us have experienced an increased interest in backup generators from our private citizens as well as our businesses. How are you addressing that and the greenhouse gas emission implications?
We've done, we did outreach to our jurisdictions. There's 5 cities in the county, or 4 cities in a town. We've reached out to them to make sure that to do their assessment of their facilities and see what they have to be able to provide that. Also, I asked the type of generation they have, a backup generation, and their fuel supply and their gallonage and type of fuel, so I could provide that for an extended outage. Individuals, there has been a huge run on of course generators, and even our local wineries have been. A lot of them were impacted last October. And of course, that's the crush for us, harvest season. So a lot of them put plans in place to do generation. The biggest thing for us is knowing what, like, county facilities and public safety facilities that have generation, and then what we even need to provide. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
When one of these events happens, does that affect natural gas being delivered by PG&E as well? Do they? Because I know they have major pump systems that pressurize their lines, and so they've got to get electricity from somewhere. Do they shut off gas as well?
Good question. That has not come up in any of our briefings with them. It's mainly just been on the above-ground electrical transmission side.
But your experience in Calistoga, did gas go out as well?
No.
Okay.
A question, John Vasquez, Solano County. So your generators are, for your public facilities, are permitted through an air district, and so many hours a year that you're allowed to use it. What happens if you go over it based on this, on an emergency?
Could you repeat that?
Well, so the generators are permitted so many hours a year, right, under the air boards. What happens if you go over that amount during an emergency?
So most public safety facilities are on a 96-hour backup generator, and that's one of the things we asked the jurisdictions to actually give us a breakdown on. Do they have that facility? Like our sheriff's department, where my emergency operations center is 96. Most fire stations are. But our plan is to engage our local fuel provider, which we only have one in Napa County, and be able to, we've now have given them an idea of how many gallons of diesel and propane that we need to run these generators, and be able to engage them to be able to supply that. And then we're going to have to reach out to Solano County for their fuel provider.
I think the issue really is whether you need to get some kind of a regulatory waiver from the air board.
From the air district itself.
If you've exceeded your permitting, right? Is that what you're thinking,
That's my question,
John?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you had those conversations with the air board?
With the air district, have you had that conversation? Because you're permitted for so many hours a year that you can run it, and then anything over that you get dinged for. So how is that air district looking at that issue?
I think John should be answering.
Yeah, John. Yeah, yes.
You should be answering that.
Brad and I are both on the local air district, and so, but you'd have to talk to the staff about what, but is this in, this is in the Bay Area, you're not, air district, not it, right?
It will affect all of us.
Right.
Well, YOLO's half and half.
Right, YOLO is, that's right.
I mean,
well, Solano.
It's half and half.
I think it's worth discussing.
Yeah, I would hate for a municipality to get dinged because they went too many, because they lost the power during a fire.
Right. I think that's worth, Brad raising.
Can I just
fellow air district board member?
I mean, it's really interesting.
Yeah, it's a local air district matter, not CARB.
We're talking greenhouse gases. You're talking about gas supply, and I appreciate your perspective. The idea is to keep things running. We're concerned about the potential impact on the environment. The air board's going to be concerned about that also. Yeah. But my worry is that we will end up with another layer that creates a difficulty for us to provide services. So the key message to you air board folks is we got to find a way that we can react to this kind of situation, and we don't end up with folks running down, shutting off generators because you ran the thing too long, or sending a bill because you polluted more than you were supposed to. This is an emergency situation. Now, if they sent the bill to PG&E, I'd be okay with that. That'd be great. but we haven't got that deal worked out yet, so.
All right, thank you very much.
You.
Thank you, Kevin. I just wanted to introduce our next speaker, Jeff Hebel from the City of Danville. His role is Emergency Service Manager. And prior to this role in Danville, he worked in law enforcement for many years, and a large majority of those years were actually in Contra Costa County, and was participating in field operation as an emergency services in that capacity. Thank you, Jeff.
Good morning, and thank you for the invitation to speak with you folks today. I appreciate the opportunity. I was asked to comment on 4 different areas regarding public safety power shutoff and how it affects our community potentially. And so I'll confine my, my thoughts to that. And I was also asked to be, by my boss, to be direct but polite. And so I will endeavor to do that also. For me, as a guy in law enforcement for 30 years plus, I've had countless contacts with PG&E on the operational level, at a gas line break, at electrical lines down, where we've had to do road closures, and I've seen them do some incredibly great work in that capacity. But like most organizations, there are some problem children out there, and the most egregious problem I ever had with them occurred about a week and a half after the San Bruno pipeline explosion, when the community was very jittery, everybody was, for obvious reasons. And we had a gas leak report that came out in the southern part of our community. So I went down there with my, my administrative lieutenant. The fire department was down there. We met with a crowd of about 25 people who were, they were nervous. I mean, someone had smelled gas, and we just had this thing in San Bruno, so they were very nervous. And I'm like, okay, PG&E's coming. We'll figure out what's going on. No big deal. PG&E guy shows up, slows down, looks at the crowd, and drives right by. And I'm like, really? These people, all they needed to do was to see someone working together with them saying, okay, we got this, and good to go. And I will defer to this man's experience. He's probably been doing it a long time. He wasn't too worried about it. But at that point, this is where I think PG&E sometimes misses it. You need to be cognizant of the public and the perception out there right now, because that sent a horrible message. And they don't need that. But to me, I bring it up today because it stuck with me so much that is that really a reflection of that culture, that they care that little about people? I'm sure they've got some great employees, like I said, but that particular day, they did themselves no favor. So I come at you from that perspective. As a first responder and about 7 years as an emergency manager, actually 9 years, because I'd served 2 years for the Sheriff's Department under Mr. Joy's purview there as the emergency services manager for commander for the county. The people that I'm most concerned about with the public safety power shutoff are the medically fragile populations, like my colleague said here. I'm very concerned about that. I'm very concerned about, let me give you about water distribution, because while East Bay Mud is making some plans to put generators in some of their pumping things right now, do they have the capacity to do that over a long period of time? They don't know. I've met with them. They're not quite sure either. Business disruption, point of sale transaction, that stops in our community when we don't have power. You can't run a cash register or the internet or anything like that without it. Refrigeration and air conditioning in all of our critical facilities, especially like our elderly homes and our residential care facilities, critical concerns for us. Public safety regarding crime escalation, traffic control are obvious, and communications. Those are all things that are going to be impacted if PG&E decides to shut it down. And I'll say this too, I mean, I get it. I understand where I'm not up here to bash them and say what a horrible group they are. They're in a tough position for a lot of different reasons, some of it on their own making. But my concern is the people of my community. That's all I'm concerned about. And so when you ask for my comment, these are the things that I look for and worry about. The most fragile, obviously, are the medically fragile, seniors, and the very young. We're doing similar things that our colleagues in Napa are doing in terms of outreach. It's my position that the range of this problem with a power shutoff over the entire San Ramon Valley would be comprehensive, and every single part of our life would be adversely affected. So I have to prioritize my resources, and I've done that by going to the medically fragile community first. And I have a similar disconnect with PG&E's information about their medically fragile community versus reality on our side of it. The disparity is pretty stark. And so that has led us to do some other things. I've also personally gone out to every one of our elderly care facilities and our one critical care facility and spoke with management staff about what are you doing to prepare for it. And much like my colleague, the answer is varied from nothing to, I don't know, what's that all about? And I spent a lot of time educating them. And so we're doing everything we can to push out the information to folks about this sort of thing. But one of the things in emergency management is that you can tell people to be ready all the time and get ready. Whether they actually do it or not is a whole different animal. And trying to get people to move in that direction is very difficult. So that's been my experience anyway. Again, the seniors and the very young, let's face it, it's Danville. It's a fairly wealthy community, okay? A lot of people have the resources to go other places and do other things. So I don't have some of those worries, say where you are, Mr. Joy, in unincorporated parts of the county, where there's not so much resources. But I'm still concerned about those folks, and we'll deal with them as we can. But like everybody else, we have a limited budget and limited staff, so to affect much of anything, really. Critical services, this one was kind of interesting to me from PG&E's perspective. How do you define critical services? Well, certainly public safety communications, care facilities, water distribution, kitchens and restaurants, supermarkets, and et cetera. But small business, I mean, if you're mom and pop store operator and your business depends and your livelihood depends on cash flow and being shut down for 3 or 4 days, that's not tenable. That's real pain out there. And that concerns me. The commercial kitchens and restaurants, that's another issue. How long do you those things stay out of power before you can start using food again? And how do you inspect them if you even can? What do we do with our elderly care facilities that are housing 150 people and using commercial kitchens? How does that look? And the answers for some of the managers of those communities are a little scary to me sometimes. But like you said, we're learning every day on these things, and so we'll in some ways we're just going to figure out as we go. Not very comforting to a lot of people, I think, but I think one of the most important things that he said that I really agree with is that you've got to move people off the dependency of government and be self-reliant on everything from water to food and things like that, and then government should step in when there are people that are indigent or not able to care for themselves, and that's where I worry. That's what keeps me up at night over these things. The last thing I was asked to comment on was the 2018 NAPA thing. I won't go too much into that because he is much better experienced at that, but I reviewed the ESRB 8 compliance report that PG&E is required to generate after each of these incidents, and I've reviewed all the ones that they've put down. One of the things that I thought was that the EOC seemed to be established in a fairly timely manner. One of the questions I had for PG&E is, who is the officer in charge? What is his or her position at PG&E? What does the decision-making matrix look like? How much authority does he or she have? One of the perception in the emergency management community is that some decisions should have been made in the campfire up in Paradise, but weren't. Why? And how come does that person have that authority to do that in that EOC? And I get it. If you're thinking about shutting off power to a couple thousand, 20,000 people or something like that, there's a cost to that, politically and everything else. And from our perspective, we get that. We understand it, but we'd like to be able to know the answers to those questions. Do you have the authority to actually do what you need to do? I'm guessing they do, but as my colleague also said, sometimes communication is wanting. What do we need from PG&E and the CPUC? And I won't speak for him or my other colleagues, but I'll speak for myself and from what I've heard from other people. There's very little trust, very little. That's all there is to it. And that's, whether we like that or not, that's just the way it is, in our business anyway. The communication is spotty sometimes, and we get it. Our town, my manager, Joe Calabrigo, and I, we've talked about this countless times. We get it. We recognize that they're in litigation. We recognize that the risk managers are probably making a lot of decisions that they otherwise wouldn't be making, and it's a very difficult environment for everybody involved. That doesn't mean anything to me. What I care about is the community that I work for, and so that's how I look at this sort of thing. So I'd like them to step up on the trust issue. I think that's really important, and that's going to be done through long-term properly taking care of their maintenance of their equipment and making sure the culture there is sensitive to the fact that they serve this community as well as their shareholders. Thank you. Questions?
Questions, comments from the board? No, I think everyone, John?
I'll just make a comment. I mean, I do share the concern about how quick East Bay Mud or our various water providers, because I was on the East Bay Mud board back during the Oakland Hills fire, and folks may recall back in when it was in '91, when the fire happened and power went out, the water in the reservoirs in the hills, once they were empty, there was no power to pump the water up. So water supply was lost. And that's been an issue, right, that's been raised. Now, what East Bay Mud has done since then, they started putting in backup generators at their pumping plants. I'm still concerned. I don't know how other water districts are reacting, but I think we all as local officials need to stay on top of them, because it's taken a lot of sort of effort to make sure with East Bay Mud that they're doing it in all the right places, and I presume that's an issue wherever, whether it's Marin Municipal or Contra Costa Water or whoever, that's an issue. And we saw it firsthand at East Bay Mud during the Oakland Hills fire in 1991.
All right. Anything else we've forgotten to worry about? No, I think we're good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
All right, so with a big thank you to both of our speakers, we're going to shift gears now and hear from MCE's COO, Vicken, on what MCE is doing to help create more resilience for our communities while minimizing the use of fossil-based generators that will increasingly be relied upon during the PSPS events.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. You heard a lot about PSPS, and safety is really big on our minds. I just want to take a little bit of time and explain to you all the facets that we are working on this subject matter at MCE. And I want to, just for the sake of honesty, I want to let you know that Alice has been my right-hand person, so knowledgeable about these things. I'm learning a lot from her as well. So if I have a difficult question, probably I'm going to point to her. So, okay. So as far as our approach, so we're pursuing grants, the CEC, CPUC. Our intent is, like some of you, Mrs. Sears, you have asked already about reducing the diesel generation. Had a chat with Ben from MMWD just a couple of days ago. They had proactively gone and I think got almost 3 dozen diesel generators to continue running their system. While I congratulated him for being so proactive, I told him that actually we don't like that very much. We need to find ways how to shave, or if not eliminate, the diesel generation between solar and storage opportunities where we can have to save and manage water in the system effectively. So we are pursuing grants. We're working with partnerships in folks that we haven't worked with before, following through with some items. So we're addressing number one, the vulnerable customers. We're collaborating with Green and Healthy Home Initiatives, the GHHI. Michelle, one of our staff, she's been doing an excellent job about that. And we're trying to find ways about how to reduce the diesel generation regarding health effects on that. As far as critical facilities, under the CPUC, there's a pretty large program, $100 billion on the SCHIP funding to address the vulnerable households in critical facilities. And we are using, among this subject matter and other areas, about how we can partner with other CCAs in our community, in the Bay Area primarily. So about probably 70 or 80% of our net energy meter customers are in the Contra Costa area. We have probably over 200 megawatts of solar rooftop generation in our service area. So one of the areas that we are looking into addressing this is storage for resiliency, reliability, and folks to be able to retain their quality of life when we have a PSPS event. It seems to be that folks that already have a generator at their home site may be the logical next steps to have a storage at their home site as well, or business location. We're gonna have a chat about rate making, time of use rates, and how the dollars and cents may pan out. But my attention on this one now is more about the event. I don't think we have thought through about what is it gonna do to have 5 days of outage. I mean, I lived through the California market meltdown. We did not have anything like that, right? We had some outages, and the emergency power was brought in at very high prices. But this is an intentional possible shutdown of 5 days or even longer. I don't think we have gone through the mental exercise that what we may end up seeing from safety and the disruption in people's lives. So when you have your own generation site and the PSPS event happened, our intent is to have a partnership with all our customers that want to sign up to this program that will allow us to charge and discharge the storage system for MCE's benefit in our distributed generation, demand response, demand side management programs, and things like that, while it's normal situation. But if there is a PSPS event happening, our intent is to be hands-off, allow the customer to charge itself, charge its battery, charge its car or cars, like EV vehicles, and be able to ride through the event at their own site. The good news is, while you may be draining your battery in daytime in a controlled manner, at nighttime, at daytime, the sun is going to shine again, and your NEM is going to produce and recharge your battery. So it's going to be a nice self-sustaining system for people that will be dependent on this power supply. So we are, I keep on forgetting. So we are working on finding what are the best practices to follow with this, exploring these opportunities with our customers, and to promote this additional storage in our system. As far as more recently, we created a new position in Alice's department, manager of customer programs. We're looking forward to have this person basically lead this effort. And we will continue developing internal programs also to coordinate with policy, regulatory, and of course, finance. As far as future decisions and something to talk about, should MCE dedicate funding in the next fiscal year to support resiliency efforts? And this is in addition to attractive rate making to promote such projects. What program elements should MCE prioritize? And are there any needs or opportunities that we are missing? I'll take any questions.
Anyone with answers to those questions? No? Don't be shy.
Yeah, quickly.
Questions or comments from the board? Board has an answer? No? Okay.
Wow.
You're
making it too easy for me.
Yeah, I am making it too easy for you. Yeah, thank you. All right.
Okay, if there's no further...
Answer to those questions, Alice?
No, those are the questions I will be coming back to this group with throughout the next year.
All right, a lot more discussion there. Thank you. Dawn?
Okay, if there's no further dialogue on this topic, we'll move on to our last item before lunch, which we expect to take less than 30 minutes, so we're should be on track. And this is matching demand with supply. And we're going to hear from Justin Kudo, strategic analysis and rates manager, been with MCE for many years. Thank you, Justin.
All All right, there we go. So thank you very much. I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to talk with this board about matching electricity demand with electricity supply, and why that matters for us as we integrate more renewables, as well as one of the key initiatives that we're doing, which is participating in transitioning to residential time of use rates. So I'd like to start off with a look at the duck curve, and this is a real life example here. This is from February 7th of this year, and there's two fields that we've pointed out here. One is the kind of background green field. That is customers' electricity demand in the state of California. The blue field in the foreground is the net demand with solar and wind resources included. And when we talk about the duck curve, this is really a great example of it, where you have kind of the tail sticking up in the back, you have a very low belly of the duck, and you have a very long neck and a sharp head at the top in the evening. What we're seeing more and more consistently year-round is a peak demand that occurs between 4 and 9 p.m. rather than the historic demand of 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. That's created in a large part due to the integration of so much solar power in California, as well as changing customer behavior. And when we hit this peak demand period, usually the head of the duck really has to be met through adding new supplies to the power grid, which are often fossil fuel resources. So if we can shrink the head of the duck by a little bit, that reduces emissions, it reduces power supply costs, and it also gives us more opportunities for bringing more renewables into our portfolio. On the other side of the equation here, we have the power supply curve. And this is California's renewable energy resources. And you'll see there's a significant production of solar, of course, when the sun is out in the middle of the day. One of the challenges that we have is that renewable resources like solar and wind can be intermittent resources. And so it can be hard to match these up and balance them with the usage of our customers. MCE has a large amount of renewable resources. We'd like to add more renewable resources to that, and that's in our plan. Most of these contracts we have for renewable resources are for 10 to 20 years. And when we have all of our solar coming offline, usually in the evening hours, between 5 and 7 p.m., that's creating a bigger challenge for us to try to match up with that duck curve. So there's some things that we've been doing to augment our energy supply to match up with demand. What we've been doing on the supply side is we've been doing a lot of purchases of block power, of hydropower blocks during that peak period. When that neck of the duck is coming up, we've been adding on hydropower resources into our mix. We also have a very diverse renewable portfolio. We haven't gone all the way into solar. We're not 100% solar. It's because including resources like wind and biogas allows us to get a flatter curve and one that better matches with customer demand. On the demand side, we've tried to augment how our customers use power, doing things like electric vehicle workplace charging, which was discussed earlier today, and increases the power usage in the middle of the day. We've got a AC automated program that augments when customers' air conditioners operate for residences. And last, and I think really most significant to what we're going to be talking about today, is the 4 to 9 p.m. time of use rate changes, which is a key initiative of MCE, as well as of other load serving entities in the state. So these new time of use rates, this 4 to 9 p.m. peak rate that we're discussing here, what it means is that it doesn't just matter how much power you use, it matters when you use that power. This is something that commercial customers have been doing for many years, but it is going to be new to residential customers. And furthermore, commercial customers will also be moving to a 4 to 9 p.m. peak period. This is an initiative of MCE, but it's also something that all the other IOUs, the other CCAs, and the Commission are really focusing on as key efforts to reduce the height of the head of the duck on the duck curve. One of the challenges for us with this is that only about 10% of our customers, or our residential customers, are currently on time of use rates. That's pretty consistent with what you see from other providers in other CCAs, other utilities, but it still does mean there's a lot of customers who are going to be changing rate schedules as a result of this transition. And most of MCE's households are scheduled for transition to time of use rates in April of 2021, unless they decide to not participate in the transition. There's a lot of good reasons to do it, but for MCE and its mission, the biggest one is for environmental benefits. If we can incentivize customers to move their load out of that 4 to 9 p.m. period, we reduce the need to bring on fossil fuel resources. Every time somebody waits to turn on their dishwasher, waits to turn on their washing machine until after 9 p.m., if a customer has a battery installed at their home, we want to make sure that we're giving the pricing signals that tells them, here's when we want you to discharge your battery, and here's when we want you to charge your battery, and we'll give you a better rate for it if you can follow those parameters. If we can do all this, we can reduce fossil fuel emissions, and we can have lower costs for energy. This is a transition that we've been working on for several years in conjunction with PG&E and the Public Utilities Commission. We did a pilot that was approved by this board. The pilot began in March of 2018 and offered to move about 10,000 MCE residential customers in Marin and Napa counties over to these new time of use rates. We really wanted to see how customers would behave, how customers would respond to the signals that were provided by the rates themselves, if customers would have some sort of confusion related to being an MCE customer rather than a full-service PG&E customer. And we wanted to understand, too, if customers would potentially opt out or would be less likely to participate. One of the things that we were really pleased to see was that MCE customers were more likely than the baseline PG&E customers that were similarly situated. They were more likely to participate in the transition than the PG&E customers by about 3%. We also saw that customers weren't any more likely to opt out if they moved to a time of use rate. In fact, their opt-out rate was slightly less than the baseline customers. One of the key aspects of time of use transition is a concept called bill protection. It's something that I'm sure you're all going to be hearing about, and I really wanted to make sure I covered it extensively here. Bill protection allows customers to try time of use rates risk-free for a 1-year period. Essentially how that happens is a customer who moves to a new time of use rate, if they end up paying more on that time of use rate, they'll be refunded at the end of a year, the difference between that rate and their old rate. We've also been working very closely with PG&E on notifications for customers. Notifications for MCE customers who are part of time of use transition will include an MCE logo, will include language that we've worked with and agreed to with PG&E, and will include language that doesn't discriminate in any way between CCA customers and non-CCA customers. The comparisons that are provided will let people know how they're expected to perform on time of use, and then also give them options to decline participation if they choose to. So with that said, I'll tee up some future discussion points for the group. One is, what other strategies should MCE use to better align its supply and demand? 2 would be, do time of use rates effectively shift load? And last, should MCE's future budget incorporate new supply products and or new demand shifting programs? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Answers to questions, comments, additional questions from the board. John?
I mean, one of the things being discussed is maybe supporting how MCE can support battery storage options for folks who have solar, so they could store the solar they generate during the day for use at night, because a lot of people don't often put in the battery storage because of the cost when they're doing solar. So has there been discussion about supporting battery technology for users who, at the time they install solar?
Yeah, I think that's something that we're looking at very closely. One of the challenges of historical rates is having a peak in the middle of the day.
Right.
As we're moving to these 4 to 9 rates, it makes a lot of sense for solar customers
Right.
to incorporate battery storage into it. That's why we want to make sure that we have the right price signals there to encourage discharging that battery during peak hours and charging it up with other energy when it's less expensive.
Yeah, it seems to me, because I mean the cost, and I know you get the federal tax credit if you install your battery at the time you do your solar. There's a lot of folks who have solar out there, right? And so they're not going to get the advantage of the federal tax credit if they put solar in subsequently. I mean, if they put batteries storage subsequent to their solar. So are we looking at some type of funding assistance for folks or incentive programs? How are we looking at that for batteries?
Very good question. So we're looking at that in 2 ways. First of all, our intent is to ask contractually that this person or this customer is willing to have MCE charge and discharge the battery for MCE's needs under normal circumstances outside of PSPS events. And if they do, our intent is two-pronged. One is to provide attractive rates for usage of the battery, and then second, to find ways to co-fund in total or in part from installation, procurement, usage, whatever, that portion of the cost. Our intent, and we're also evaluating when we take all these things, let's say we are able to attract 10% of our NEM installed capacity customers, which is more around 250 megawatts. Let's say we do a 25 megawatt aggregation, virtual aggregation. That will show significant amount of value to MCE to be able to do virtual aggregation, usage as RA, GHG free, using for our ramps, ancillary services and things of sort, so that we can share the benefit that MCE receives with our customers. So that's the logic behind it.
What about to the extent that the solar generated during the day goes back to the grid,
or
right?
to the battery,
or to the battery? But let's say right now that if you don't have a battery, it goes to the grid.
Yes.
And it's going to the grid at a time when the grid needs it least. What's the sort of dynamic in getting a system-wide, increasing battery storage system-wide on the grid, and what role would MCE have in that?
Yeah,
given that PG&E has the distribution.
Absolutely, and I think Lindsay Saxby covered this a little bit. That we will be issuing a on the grid side a storage system, a larger storage system. We're looking at options, location. Even if it's a non-lithium ion, is it some other type of storage that we may need to have? Now, there is a lot of dynamics in the system on the wholesale side from a storage system in our wholesale resources that we have. So the same product from a NEM rooftop solar to its a battery wall to a, let's say, 50, 100, 150 megawatt battery storage system with a similar size wind or solar system that are on our system has a much larger, possible larger benefits. So we are looking at those.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, we will be doing a battery storage RFO, a request for proposals, in February of next year, and we'll be looking at batteries that can complement the solar on our system, whether it be the solar that we own in our portfolio or the solar that's spread around on individual rooftops. There's a need for a lot of batteries to suck up that extra energy, so that's why we'll be doing an RFO on that.
So I have a question. Moving from batteries to biogas, Chester, one of the things you noted that we're balancing solar with wind and biogas purchases. If you go back to Lindsay's presentation, first thing this morning, we noted the creation under our feed and tariff program of a biogas project at Central Marin Sanitary Agency in Marin County. In between, we had a conversation about PSPS and disaster preparedness and fire readiness, which involves creation of defensible space and people better managing the vegetation around their homes and businesses. That would seem to be a wonderful opportunity to create some new partnerships where we have the product that feeds into a biogas generation project. And so my question is, are there any additional FIT program projects relating to biogas that may be options in various parts of our service area? And if there's not, do we want to spend some time thinking about how to develop those and link up with our fire, our emergency responders, and our outreach to the public about creation of defensible space, and how do we create a whole system here that's circular? Lindsay, I know you've got a solution to this.
Yeah. So, we're technology agnostic right now. The program is open to any CEC eligible technology. We don't have any other biogas facilities in the pipeline right now, but we've been talking a bit more about how to create incentives to get those projects developed. So we're definitely looking more closely at that.
Great. We have a lot more
I have
talking
a
to do.
suggested partner. So the University of California Agricultural and Natural Resource is for all campuses, and they're very interested in promoting this because of all the value that it provides for timber harvest and Sierra watershed management. And I can give you the contact person for that. But that is exactly what that's the direction that the director is trying to take the program.
And we have a farm advisor in Marin County, so I think this would be fantastic link up through UCCE.
Right.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. We got that figured out. Any other questions or comments for now? So I think we're at our lunch break, and I'd like to take the pleasure of the board and the staff and the public. We had initially scheduled a 1-hour lunch break that can be very beneficial for our conversations and interaction. That's always that tension with how early we get done. So 45 minutes or an hour? 45. I got to vote for 45. Is everybody on board for 45?
do half.
Idaho Vasquez won't agree, but he was going to do half hour. 45 minutes? Does that work for everybody? Back at 1:15? All right.
Great, and if I may,
Thank
I'd like
you.
to excuse our board members first, so that you all can get your lunch before there's a long line. That'll allow you to come back in 45 minutes after you've had a leisurely lunch. So go ahead, board members, and then the staff and public will follow.
Thank you. Everybody, are you all ready? I know a little bit of bait and switch. I've got it 3 minutes early, but it looks like everybody's ready to go. So, and Dawn, maybe I could just say you may have been intending to do this. We had so many great topics this morning and a good start on conversations. And what I've heard from a lot of people in the break was the hope that we will have time going forward to come back to all those conversations and really look at all those questions that everybody's been teeing up for us. But we also, depending on how the afternoon goes, do have time built in here on item 8 on emerging issues where we can come back and revisit some of those conversations. So I just wanted everyone to be aware of that. And now I'll hand it off to you, Dawn, or?
Great. Yeah, I wanted to let folks know that we're going to do a slight adjustment to the agenda to accommodate a timing issue by our representative from the governor's office. So we're going to take item 7A before we jump into item 6. And so for that item, I want to introduce Brett Wiley, who's here with us. He is MCE's Customer Programs Manager, and he's going to introduce this item and our guest speaker.
Great. Thanks, Don. So AB 1236 is a state law that passed in 2015 that has a statewide compliance goal for September 2017. Already passed. We're sort of 2 years past that date. The law is about streamlining EV charging permitting to reduce project cost and project time without adversely impacting public health and safety. So why is this important, and why are we talking about this at the board retreat? 3 reasons. 1, across our service area, we have a significant infrastructure gap for EV charging. And 2 of the top 3 barriers to EV adoption are related to infrastructure. Number 2, MCE's IRP and our member communities' climate plans depend upon closing this infrastructure gap and electrifying transportation. For example, transportation accounts for 33 to 50% of greenhouse gas emissions, depending on where you live across the Bay Area. And thirdly, and I would say probably most importantly for program planning with MCE, the compliance would allow us to get more investments for MCE customers in our communities. Compliance with AB 1236 will be a factor in Electrify America's Cycle 2 investments of $200 million across California. It would also be a factor, one of 3 factors for the CEC's 2021 EV charging program, which recently awarded $35 million to 4 other CCAs for their 2020 program. So we really want to bring in those program dollars into MCE service area while also meeting our climate goals by focusing on reducing energy-related transportation emissions. We are talking about this today because the majority of our member communities are not compliant with AB 1236. And our challenge to your jurisdictions is to be 100% compliant by the end of March 2020. So I've been working with building and permitting offices across our service area, and I also want to work with you to meet this compliance goal. The governor's office also wants to work with you and us to meet this goal. So happy to have the governor's office here today, and we'll introduce Tyson Eckerl, who serves as the Deputy Director for the Zero Emissions Vehicle Infrastructure Program in the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, or GoBiz. In this role, he focuses on streamlining the development and success of the hydrogen and plug-in EV charging station ecosystem. And prior to joining GoBiz, Tyson served as the Executive Director of Energy Independence Now, a nonprofit dedicated to action-oriented solutions to petroleum dependence and climate change. So please give us a warm welcome to Tyson.
All right. Well, thanks, Brett. That was great. He did the whole setup just as I wanted. So we share the same goals that MCE shares in terms of climate, in terms of air quality, and in terms of permitting. And so today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we've done with permitting. And it really, the only way we're successful is if we can partner with local communities to make this happen. And so at the highest level, if you walk away with one thing, we want to make sure that it's very easy for somebody to come in and get a permit to put in charging infrastructure in your community. That's really kind of the takeaway message. And so everything else from there is kind of how we get there and how we're thinking about it. So we published this guidebook, which is a collection of best practices based on a lot of the phone calls we've done into communities and working with station developers. That kind of captures the state of the art in permitting and what's expected. It explains the law that AB 1236 that Brett mentioned. And then we also have we have the best practices out there, and then we'll talk about kind of our mapping exercise, which we're actually going to map and score communities based on their performance with permitting. And so I'll kind of glaze over a little bit the guidebook, but we have these are the main sections here. Planning, which on the planning side we talk about reach codes, for example, and building standards, which is a big thing that communities can do to help push beyond what the state has put out. Especially like in multifamily units, for example, as we're doing a massive build out of multifamily housing. If we increase the amount of chargers available in the EV capable spaces, it makes it a lot easier for those residents to then get into electric vehicles, which is a big deal. We spend a lot of time on permitting. We talk about accessibility, which has a big influence in terms of getting permits in the ground. So we're trying to balance the push for charging infrastructure also with the need to make sure that every citizen has equal access to these chargers. Then we talk about connecting to the grid, which kind of is maybe near and dear to your hearts here in this room. And then finally, construction. So the plan, I already talked about the voluntary building code, so that's a big push at the state. We've done a lot to get the housing community development to push and building standards commissions to push these building codes beyond where they were in the past, knowing that we have to build out the infrastructure ahead. And it's a lot cheaper to build something when it's new than it is to go back and do retrofits. We talk about parking versus charging, and I think I'll glaze over that because at your level, that's a detail, but just know that there is some clarification in there if that comes up. Essentially, a charging station that goes in from a planning perspective should count as parking. It's a lot of times, in the planner's parlance, parking spaces is kind of planner's gold in a way, and a lot of times, you get pushback. We're taking away parking spaces. The answer is no, we are not. Even if there's extra support equipment with AB 1236 in place, that shouldn't play a factor. Climate action plans are a big deal. This can and should be a big strategy as building out that zero emission vehicle infrastructure. So we have this, authorities having jurisdiction. Some have gone above and beyond to kind of clarify things. And this is in the new construction world. So like Sacramento County, for example, if you're doing new construction and you put a charging station in, you would get credit for 2 parking spaces when you're building new construction. This is a way to kind of encourage developers to put that charging infrastructure in ahead of time. So on the permitting side, I think the biggest message is kind of going back to that planning. What AB 1236 does, that permit streamlining law, is it takes the authority essentially away from the planning departments, which is not, the planning departments meet that with some, lack of excitement, I would say. But essentially what it does is it says that each community has to pass an ordinance. That ordinance should have a very clear checklist that says if you meet all these parameters that we've laid out, you should get an expedited permit. There should be an online application with electronic submittal, and then it goes to the building official, not to planning, but to building. And that building official is supposed to look at the project with the lens of only health and safety. So it has to, and what that means is, if there's a risk of electrical fire, of course, you're not going to permit it. So it's got to be, all the electrical stuff has to be done. If there's a hazardous visual impairment, that could stop a project and go back to planning, because you want to make sure that you're not creating a traffic issue type of a thing. That's kind of where that health and safety, but it's really not supposed to be planning like, painting or planting or all that type of stuff. What we're seeing in practice, though, is especially for fast charge things, which is a little bit bigger investment. You might have noticed the EVgo chargers out there. These charging station providers will work with the planning departments to make sure it does fit into the community, but it shouldn't be something that makes or breaks a project. And part of it, too, is we want to get out of this kind of endless feedback loop of deficiency notices. So there should be one complete deficiency notice. If you have problems X and Y, you can have multiple iterations to answer X and Y, but we don't want Z to come in 3 months later, and that's happened a lot. So for this AB 1236, what we've done is we're starting to map out the thing. It says, map of the state. We're essentially scoring it based on, green is good, yellow is on the way, and red is bad. And so I zoomed in here just on the Bay Area, and you can see this is incomplete because we don't have complete information. We're very grateful to partner with MCE and people like Brett who can go out and work with the communities to get the information. It's not as easy to find ordinances as it should be. We're doing a pretty decent job there, but we're trying to daylight this. And so you'll see there's a fair amount of green in the East Bay and some yellows. A lot of gray is that we don't know yet. We haven't done our homework all the way. You'll see there's one red on the map, Mill Valley, which we can. And so we're working with Mill Valley. So what we don't want to do.
I had the bad feeling that was in my supervisorial district. Yeah. Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah. So Mill Valley they've been great on some projects, and we're trying to get the planners on board with this, and they're going to do it. So we need your help.
Okay, I'm with you. All right, so. I'm going to give you my card.
Yeah. I did check to see if Mill Valley was here, but I heard maybe not the full. Okay. So, but if you click on the map and you go in, so we used Alameda County just because it was filled in. You can see there are 8 criteria, and I'll go through those 8 criteria, and it says either yes or no on each of the criteria. And these, you have to get 6 out of 7, and then there's a bonus 8th point to become green on this streamlining map. And then we also have the links to the checklist, links to the ordinance, and ideally what this was, we don't want to necessarily have the name and shame, although it's that has that impact. But what we really want to do is make it easy, so when communities go in to come up to speed, that they can look and see for a similar sized community, what have they done, and find that way there. So hopefully this becomes a resource. But really, our idea is to shine a light on who's doing well and who needs help getting up. But really, we can't get there unless everybody comes up together. So I won't spend a whole lot of time, but just kind of at a high level, and the slides will be available, and this is all in the guidebook, but kind of what do you need to do as a community to meet the streamlining thing? So you have to have an ordinance, that's by the law. You have to have a permitting checklist to kind of show exactly what steps need to go through to be expedited. The third one, which is in the crack, is administrative approval. So it just goes straight through to building to get administrative approval to go through, so you can pick it up over the counter or online. The approval, the fourth one is really important. That's that review is limited to health and safety. It's not a planning thing. So health and safety really comes down. It's kind of art versus science. It's like, the planning side is a little bit more of the art. The building side is more of the science. We want to get this down just to science. It's either yes or no. The fifth one is electronic signatures are accepted. Sixth is that it's not, the approval is not subject to an association. So you can't have a condo board saying, okay, I got my permit here, but the condo board says no. So it's like if the city says yes, it can go in. One complete deficiency notice, I talked about that earlier. And then the last one is this is a bonus, which is not in the law, but it's if you define an expedited timeline for approval, that really helps. And so what is an expedited timeline? You'll be able to see it better in the guidebook itself. But we surveyed the charging companies to see kind of throughout the state, what they've seen as the best. And we've seen some really bad ones, like a 1.5 year type of permitting type of thing. But the best is really that same day, even for DC fast charger project, which are the kind of the bigger fast charge applications. So what we have broken down here, when the application is submitted to having a complete response, we say 5 days is within best practice, but we're always going towards that same day. The orange one is that complete package to approval to build. So when that's really kind of the green means go type of a thing, and that's 15 days is within the best practice. So 15 business days or 3 weeks, if you can get it, that the package is complete and we have approved it, that is the time that we're shooting for. Optimal is always going to be that same day. If you can do it over the counter, even better, because we're trying to do this really fast. And then once the construction is complete, when the company notifies the city, we try to get out there within 5 days. And so if those timelines are in an ordinance, or even better, than those timelines are in the ordinance, that's a great thing. Accessibility, we won't go into a whole lot. I think just the main thing to take home here, this is a chart we have in here just as a reminder, kind of for, from 1 to 4 parking spots, for example, you have to have 1 van accessible site. That doesn't mean it has to be an international standard of accessibility, you don't have to have the actual sign reserving that site. It just has to be accessible. It's kind of a use the space last, so when vans do become available, someone with a wheelchair could access that site. And so what they did, the Division of State Architect worked these regulations, kind of balancing the accessibility community with the charging community, to see if we can find something where a middle ground that helps benefit both sides and helps us build it out quickly. And so if you could take home one thing from this, is that there is a resource at the state. It's in the guidebook. There's a guy named Derek Shaw. His phone number and email is in there. So if any building official says, I'm having a hard time with accessibility and approving this project, they can call and ask Division of State Architect. And what they'll do is help that building official identify a code path where the city has coverage, so you're not going to get sued. That's really kind of what we're after. So that higher level cover is there. We spend a fair amount of time on connecting to the grid, and that a lot of, it's really kind of the transmission and distribution utilities, so PG&E in this case, because they are the ones who actually, bring that service in for the most part. And so we go through each of these, have a slightly different process. One of the best practices we've identified is just having a strike team within each of these utilities. So I think what would be helpful from the MCE perspective is if you are hearing of issues in interconnection with utilities, and I know there are issues, but if you collect those and send them our way, we can help work with that and help, because there are good people in the utilities who are trying to do the right thing, but a lot of times that process is just really slow, or there's competing interests or needs, and this often drives the timeline much more than permitting even does, and so it's a big issue. And then finally, kind of the last thing, this is just some nice pictures of what it looks like to build these stations out. We talked a little bit about, some of the regulations that are coming down the pipeline, which doesn't matter too much. We give a little bit on recommendations on signage in the guidebook itself. But that's kind of an overview of where we are. So here's, my contact. My colleague, Kylan Rathjen, will be back starting next week. And we'll be pushing out a lot and working with communities, especially the ones who are under consideration for the Energy Commission funding, because as Brett mentioned, that's going to be a component of the decision making. So if all else is equal, a community that is streamlined, county that has 80% streamlining versus a county that has 70% streamlining, we're going to go with the 80% type of thing, all else being equal.
Excellent.
So
Thank you for being here, Tyson.
Yeah, thanks for having
Great
me.
presentation. Any questions? Comments from the board? No? Yes? John?
So I think MCE can have a role in working with all of our all of our member agencies, because really we're made up of every city and county within the service area, and really this needs the action of our respective planning departments. And I think, we're all collectively behind on it, and issues have come up. So it seems MCE can help to some extent in trying to support or get the word out, and all of us here at our agencies really carrying this back to our planning departments to get this done.
Yeah, I'm going to work on Mill Valley.
That sounds great. And I forgot to mention too, when you show them,
oh, now you're zooming in, so I feel really bad? Is that what you're doing? No?
On the bottom, we have a website, business.ca.gov/ZEV readiness. That's where the map, and there's a link to the guidebook and to our scorecard and how it all works is on there.
Super. So, serious question. So the gray on here are areas for which you lack information, which sends a strong message to my part of the world that there's a lot of cities and towns as well as the county that should be sharing information with you.
That's right.
So if we want to do that, who should we send information to you? What's the best way to get ourselves on this map so we don't look quite so bad?
Yeah, I think that probably through MCE it would be great. Like maybe, or Brett, if you have a way, and then we're always happy to take stuff directly.
We're going to make Brett do that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So
Cool.
one idea is I could send out a spreadsheet or sort of a list, and you could send me the right contacts and the right documents from each jurisdiction. I could collect that for all 34 member communities and send that to the governor's office.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Couldn't you also just, it'd be useful to have you send out relevant information to all the cities as well that are members of MCE to actually, with some help and guidelines, because I can tell you a lot of planning departments are still unaware of these requirements. We have found that. So it would be useful maybe for you to collect that and send it to the planning departments directly, getting reinforced by all of us.
Yeah, I've been working closely with our public affairs team on engaging those departments, and then would love to work through Darlene and with you for your associated jurisdictions.
Right, and obviously all of us can help connect you with our departments, so, right? Yes, we can. Use your electeds.
Yeah, and I think what really helps is when we communicate with your city managers or county administrators, if y'all are able to weigh in and just let them know that this is something that would be of interest to bring forward, it can get it on their radar as something that's not just a naggy email from Brett, who they may or may not know.
Anything else, everybody? No? Good? I think we're good.
Great. Thank you very much.
Do you want to go back to item 5 now, Dawn, or you go ahead?
Yeah, so we're going to jump back up to item 6. Thanks again to the governor's office for participating. And we're going to hear from our administrative services team, and Justin Parmalee is going to present. She's our manager of administrative services.
Good afternoon. I'm Justine Parmalee. I head up our Administrative Services Department here at MCE. Before I get started with my presentation, I do want to take a moment to give a quick thank you to Taylor Sherman and Sherry Clark. They've been providing a lot of support for the event today. I also want to give a shout out to Community Media Center of Marin for their videography support. And another thank you to Darlene and Jessica. So many hours, so many logistics go into creating a day like today, and they have done a fantastic job. Thank you both. All right, well, the administrative services team prides ourselves on gold standard service. And so what that means is we provide quality and responsive support to teams, staff, and members of the public. That support is in areas of front desk, meeting and event coordination, building maintenance, and project support. The past year, we've focused a lot on streamlining and improving our processes. One of the things we did was implement the Expensify platform. Expensify is a really great expense reporting app you have on your phone. You can take a picture of your receipt and send it over to our team right away to get reimbursed. We found that this saves about 8 hours of administrative staff time per month, and staff are reimbursed on average 1 week faster than they were previously with our old spreadsheet and photocopied receipts method. We also implemented a project and task management software called Asana, and over 16,000 tasks have been generated by our staff since January, so they are definitely working hard. And another way we streamlined processes was improving our emergency communications. We now have an application called Crisis Go, which allows instantaneous notification of staff in the event of an emergency. So if there is a power outage, an earthquake, an active shooter, a situation like that, we can notify staff right away, and they can check in with us to let us know that they are safe. Likewise, there's also two-way messaging, so someone can let us know, hey, there's a suspicious package, or there's someone who maybe perhaps shouldn't be in the building. So this is one way we're improving staff safety while speeding up the process. The last year saw an improvement in conferencing technology and integration across the agency. All of our small conference rooms now have 360-degree cameras. We implemented Hangouts on everybody's account and improved calendar integration for conference room booking. We've spent some time focusing on sustainability in the office. This is one way we really want to walk the walk at MCE. Over 90% of our internal purchases meet environmental purchasing standards. And please note that our standards were taken directly from the LEED operations and management standards. So we are copying those and implementing them. We're also Green Business certified with greater than 80% of measures met. Now notice that means there's still 20% that we can focus on and improve on in the future. And then we have a preliminary Energy Star rating of 93 out of 100. We also have a brand new car. This is EV1 over on your right is our first agency-owned vehicle. It supports staff travel between offices, out to meetings and events. Kalisha in the back drove it here today, and we are finding that it is booked nearly every day by staff and oftentimes used for carpooling. So we do fit 3 or 4 staff in there to go to meetings and events. Every time we drive it, we save MCE 58 cents in mileage reimbursement, which is really great, and it has low maintenance. EVs are really easy to maintain. Since the purchase in April, we've only needed to increase the tire pressure and wash it. So it's low administrative time. We have readily accessible charging at our office. It's been a great improvement for staff overall. And of course, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about our baby, MCE Solar Charge. This is a really great example of a Tiger Team effort. This project touched every single team at MCE. Everyone had a part to play. It has been a long time coming. I think it was my first all-staff meeting 3.5 years ago that we found out we had a grant so we could start moving forward. And since in its first 3 months of operation, we have found that it has generated an excess of 6,500 kilowatt hours. That's after our building usage. That's after all of the charging. Yeah, and she's pretty to boot. So for future plans and goals, one thing we really want to focus on is increasing public charging at our stations. We have 10 ports, 2 of which are ADA accessible. We are located centrally in downtown San Rafael, and we want the public to come and use our spaces. So we're focusing on marketing, events, what can we do to make ourselves known so people can come and charge at our lot. We also want to pursue the Energy Star rating. So we have a preliminary rating that does have to get certified before we get the official sticker in our window. We want to continue promoting responsible stewardship of office resources, so improving those green business measures, improving our sustainable purchasing, and then, of course, maintain a gold standard of administrative services and support. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
We're good. Thank you, Justine.
Thank you very much.
Great. Next, we are going to hear from Shaheen Khan, who is our Director of Human Resources, Diversity, and Inclusion.
Hi, everyone. Some of you may, let me just wait till that comes on. Sorry about that. Some of you may have not met me yet. My name is Shaheen Khan. I am the Human Resources Director, Diversity, and Inclusion at MCE. And as we think through the last year, the HR department has had quite a few key accomplishments. I talked with my team, and one of the key ones that really we wanted to highlight is actually the creation and the hiring of my role. The role of Director of Human Resources allows for greater expertise not only within the HR department, but also within the agency. Also, the HR department implemented a human resources information system, often called HRIS. The HRIS increased our HR efficiency and also our accuracy. And the last component is employee benefits. One of the things that we spent some time looking at is our employee benefits package, and we increased our commuter benefits and also took a look at the coverage for medical, dental, and vision and made it 100% employer paid for both employees and their dependents. There, sorry. So with the additional capacity in human resources, I thought it would be a great opportunity to let the board know what human resources that MCE is kind of responsible for. We provide overall HR, strategic support, employee relations, recruiting, onboarding, and retention, talent development and coaching, performance management, payroll and benefits administration, and compensation. So when we're thinking about the HRIS system, how did it create efficiency and how did it create accuracy? So the HRIS system is a cloud-based system. So now what happens is both employees, managers, and staff can access, namely through their phones, through their laptops, or through a desktop. Employee self-service is now an option. So what that means is that we no longer have to do paper timesheets. Everything is actually done in the system. Time is recorded there. Staff can go in and take a look at their vacation and sick balances, request time off. That then created efficiency for not only the staff, but the managers who are approving time. Onboarding now is a streamlined process. So when an offer goes out, an employee goes to that new hire with the link to Namely, they then can go in and complete all of their onboarding information all online from the comfort of their home before they come and start their first day at MCE, creating an overall better experience for the new hire. Payroll is now also a part of the HRIS system. Why that's so important is because HR changes occur in the HR system. So when there's promotions, salary changes, time off requests, also hours being reported in the system, it directly feeds into the payroll system. So now there isn't a person that's going in and putting that information in. The system is doing that for us. Benefits administration is also improved and also open enrollment. That's the third component of the system. So what that means is when there are opportunities for staff once a year to make those open enrollment changes due to life events, to enroll themselves or their dependents, they all do that through Namely. And then what will happen is once they go in and make their elections, the elections, once they're reviewed by HR, gets processed directly with the carriers. So we've completely eliminated the paper enrollment form. We've completely eliminated the verification process of making sure those forms are complete, as the system knows how many characters are supposed to be in your social security number, for example. So if that digit is missed, that's not something that has to be reviewed by my team. Reporting and analytics are now embedded in the system. So reporting on payroll, for example, for EEOC reports or other types of documentation that we need to pull together as a team is all compiled in one system that takes into account payroll, HR, and also benefits. Taking a closer look at how enhancing the commuter benefit has actually impacted MCE, we've increased the commuter benefit to the IRS max of $265 a month as a reimbursement. This created efficiency within our team because prior to that, we were administering it with a third party, which actually required quite a bit of oversight from my team and also from staff in talking to not only the third party, but also HR. So now what we're doing is we're actually self-administering that, which actually offset the cost of increasing the benefit. Also, there's increased flexibility of the reimbursement. So now staff have easier ways of being able to get reimbursement for multiple types of commuting options. So for example, if they're using BART through Clipper, or if they're using carpool or vanpool or EV charging, since it's a reimbursement, they can now choose which commuting option they are using and seek reimbursement for any of those, not just simply being restricted to Clipper, which it was before. taking a closer look at now employer-paid medical, dental, and vision and why that's so important. It's a great retention tool. What we kind of thought about is as employees at MCE stay with us and grow with us, oftentimes their families do as well. So offering coverage to not only the employee plus their dependents as their tenure grows at MCE was really important to us and a value to us. Also, these enhancements make MCE a more competitive employer to attract talent, especially in the Bay Area, where this is now becoming an increasingly common practice. We are now one of the employers that actually offers that as a benefit to anyone coming on board. So future plans and goals. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is at the forefront. That's a key reason why the title of my role also includes diversity and inclusion. We introduced DEI at MCE through 4 workshops. These workshops reflected on our internal functioning and our external work in relation to what DEI means. These workshops really were provided as an awareness, since they've already occurred this year, with intent for focus going into the next year. The support is for future pathways to embed the work and the values that we learned during those awareness trainings, and how are we going to apply those to both our internal and external agency work, reflecting the communities that we are serving. The next one is performance management system. So like we're thinking through efficiency within my team, performance management is one that we are now going to be spending more time taking a look at. So we were going to implement adjustments to a new cloud-based performance management system called Lattice. Lattice will allow us to automate and streamline our annual reviews, which better incorporates industry practices. Compensation, which is salary levels and ranges, is another area that we're going to be focusing on next year as well, which is implementing adjustments to a new compensation structure which focuses on broadband salary levels and ranges, which better reflect industry practices versus looking at position by position at MCE. So now, are there any questions?
Any questions for Shaheen? Yeah, excellent presentation. You've taken things to a whole new level. It's very informative for us. So, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, and now we are transitioning into finance. And before we hear from our department head on finance, I'd like to invite Director Bob McCaskill to give us a report out as he sat on the ad hoc audit committee and has agreed to be the spokesperson for that committee. We have some exciting results with our annual audit, which has been posted on the website and is now available to the public. And we'd love to hear from Director McCaskill on that.
Can you hear me from this distance, or do I need to be closer? It's okay. All right. Very quickly, the Baker Tilly CPA firm is our independent outside auditor for MCE. It has completed the audit of our March 31st, 2019 financial statements. This was the second year that Baker Tilly has been our outside auditors. And the audit committee met with representatives of Baker Tilly back in August to discuss their findings on the most recent audit. Just for your information, the members of that committee are Kevin Haroff, Ray Wilthy, and Elizabeth here to my right. Garth gave the committee a brief summary of the financial results for the year ended March 31st, which in a nutshell were our operating revenues increased dramatically, primarily as a result of the inclusion of the new communities starting in 2018. Most importantly, MCE's total net position, and net position basically means assets in excess of liabilities, the net worth of the organization, increased from 50 million to 91 million, a significant increase, something that many of us have been hoping for several years. We discussed the fact that this increase in the net position at MCE was something that we needed for 3 reasons. One, for potential rate competition against MCE in future years.
Secondly, for potential investments in clean energy production. And last but certainly not least, strengthening our balance sheet for potential future financing needs. Baker Tilly issued a clean opinion on the 2019 financial statements and reported no exceptions or major issues of concern. They also report that they had identified no material weaknesses in the internal accounting procedures and internal controls of the organization. Auditors frequently also include suggestions for improvement in accounting procedures, et cetera. But this year they had no such recommendations to make to the staff at MCE. Baker Tilly also indicated in their final report that they did not make any adjustments to the accounting records of the organization, which is both unusual and good. The audit committee did engage in this meeting with members of MCE's financial team concerning several questions about MCE's IT data security and also the company's risk assessment evaluation, but there were no significant concerns that the committee had at that time. A final comment I'd make is, I think I've made the same comment for the last 2 or 3 years at this annual meeting, is that the financial statements which you all had in the board package that you received, and unless you have an accounting or finance background, all the numbers can be a little challenging. But if you go to page 14 of the audit report, that's where the footnotes start. The footnotes are written in layman's terms, and it's worthwhile to read them. They're easy to read, and it will probably inform you of some information you didn't know. But also, I would recommend to you, perhaps even more importantly, some really good reading is the Fitch rating analysis. It was sent to all the board members on August 29th. You have to click on the link. It was described as the Fitch press release, but it was actually their report. In fact, I would challenge each board member to read it because I think it's a remarkably good layman's summary of the financial perspectives relating to this organization, both for the strengths of the organization, the challenges it faces financially, and the risks the organization faces. So I would really urge you to go back and get a copy of that Fitch analysis. It's really outstanding reading. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Director McCaskill, and thanks to all the members of the Ad Hoc Audit Committee for taking the time to participate. I'm going to turn it over now to Garth Salisbury, who's our Director of Finance.
Thank you, Don. So again, my name is Garth Salisbury, and I'm MCE's Director of Finance. And thank you, Director McCaskill, for once again chairing the Audit Committee. I know it was a bit of a food fight for all the board members that want to be a part of that committee. So I do appreciate you, and again, taking the leadership role there. I'd now like to spend a few minutes to talk to you about some of the successes MCE has had this past year with its finances. And Director McCaskill referred to a few of those. And also some of the more impactful initiatives we hope to introduce in the year ahead. Within the context of MCE's wider goals of reducing and eventually eliminating GHG emissions, each department has a role to play and to assist in some case, help ensure that we reach those goals. The Finance Department is no different. Shortly after I arrived in January, the Finance Department made an assessment of our role in the organization and coalesced around a number of initiatives and rules to live by. These initiatives include maximizing our investment results, but within a robust, risk-averse policy framework, while minimizing costs by proactively managing the risk side of our energy operations. We look to leverage our credit strength and apply best-in-class finance practices among the CCA community to ensure fiscal strength through effective and efficient rate setting. All this with the end goal to ensuring that MCE has the financial strength to deliver on its commitments now and well into the future. Touching on some of the highlights of the last year, as Director McCaskill indicated, we contributed almost $41 million to our net position during the fiscal year, and we managed to exceed our return targets for our investments, reaching a yield on our investment portfolio of 2.5%, while keeping the tenor of the portfolio extremely liquid, Only 6% of the portfolio is invested beyond 1 day. Now, again, the Fed just reduced interest rates today by 25 basis points. So again, it'll be challenging to keep that investment yield up at 2.5%, but I think we're going to be in pretty good shape for a while because we earn basically 10 basis points over the LAIF yield, which is invested out at basically a longer term than overnight. So we are well on the way to earn in excess of $2.1 million in interest earnings this year, which is well beyond our original goal. This very good outcome in investment earnings is in large part because we were able to update and modernize our investment policy. This expanded our investment options while requiring robust reporting requirements. As you heard, and as you know, last year MCE was the first CCA to receive a rating from a nationally recognized rating agency when we were awarded a Baa2 rating from Moody's. Also, as you heard, last month MCE was awarded another investment grade rating of BBB stable from Fitch. These strong ratings are a testament to MCE's conservative fiscal policies, our commitment to generating reserve levels which allow us to weather the more difficult times that are surely in our future, and to the adoption and implementation of a robust risk management policy with regards to our energy procurement and financial budgeting practices. We are on track to meet our financial metric goals, including net position and days cash on hand. These ratings and our financial position allows us to minimize our collateral posting while requiring it of our counterparties. Earlier today, you heard from Justin about how we are leading the effort for CCA participation in time of use rates. And as you know, we've established new rates in July that keep us below PG&E, yet will allow us to strengthen our balance sheet this year and likely next. Quick look at some of the numbers, really just focusing on the most recent audit. We are ending with a net position of over $91 million and a strong liquidity position of over $60 million. We're also expect to increase our line of credit, the second from the bottom line, from $25 million to $40 million later this year, which will give us additional financial flexibility going forward. Importantly for our credit ratings and future goals, we anticipate reaching our reserve targets by the end of the current fiscal year in March 2020. Some important initiatives for this year and next that we've embarked upon include a review of the efficacy and cost of our net energy metering policies, enacting new rate structures as discussed to support 4 to 9 p.m. time of use transitions, and importantly, as you heard earlier today, support of our service area resiliency efforts through incentivizing and encouraging the development of energy storage programs. Some big picture and stretch goals will require that the input and guidance of this board as MCE strives and grows in the coming years. Just as I anticipate we'll hit our financial targets by the end of this current fiscal year, those targets are commensurate with a BBB, Baa2 rated entity. If MCE is going to compete effectively, we need to establish the next stretch financial metric goals, those of a financially strong A-rated utility. As we grow in financial strength, we are better able to deliver on our GHG reduction commitments at the lowest possible cost. Stronger credit means higher credit ratings and lower cost of doing business. We would like to be prepared to purchase outright equity ownership interests in generating and storage assets if this will result in lower cost to our ratepayers and more efficiencies in the operating and consequent value of those assets to MCE. Finally, and one of the extremely valuable advantages we have as a public agency is access to the tax-exempt bond markets, either to finance direct ownership interests in GHG-free projects or to prepay for output from these projects. Working with the rest of the executive management of MCE and with the input and guidance from this board, it's my goal to be ready to enter the capital markets as early as late next spring or early next summer. MCE would access the bond market when, if and only if, project ownership would better allow us to more cost-effectively meet our GHG reduction goals. So that's it for my prepared remarks. We'll need to take any questions.
Great, thanks, Garth. Greg, did you have something?
Hi, Greg Lemon. Is storage what you would consider an energy production project?
Energy production, yeah, I think so. I mean, insofar as is that something we'd be interested in owning? I think absolutely. So yes.
And I just want to add, good question, Greg. We're agnostic about type of storages. We want to see if there are any different types in the portfolio.
Scott, yeah.
Other questions or comments from the board?
Right here.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry.
What do you see as the key elements that will allow us to get upgraded from our current bond rating?
That's a very good question because CCAs are sort of a weird bird to the rating agencies.
Yeah.
In fact, they are just now developing criteria to rate us, and of course, we were the first one to get a rating. The whole opt-out notion freaks them out pretty dramatically. So, the notion of taking on long-term debt and so on is something that they're going to look pretty closely at. So. Where do we need to be into that A-rated category? I think a little more operating experience, even with the size of the service area that we have and how it's grown, showing that we can consistently produce margins, certainly as we did last year and what we look to do this year. I think that's very important. And given that ability of our ratepayers to opt out, what they're looking for is liquidity, lots of cash balances to be able to weather through a situation where we might, where PG&E rates might be lower than ours, and we might have to, effectively subsidize rates with some of our equity. So that's what they're looking for. I think both rating agencies were very explicit in saying that we probably could be rated higher were it not for PG&E's bankruptcy. Not so much that we're not getting paid by PG&E, but what is our competition going to look like when they come out on the other side? So, in fact, in the Fitch ratings process at their committee, I think it was 2 of the committee members wanted to rate us a little bit higher, and then a couple of the other committee members responded that, yeah, but what's, with PG&E and the bankruptcy, what's it going to look like? And so they were able to talk them down. So those are the main factors, more liquidity, more cash on our balance sheet, maybe some project ownership, and again, what PG&E looks like as they come out of bankruptcy.
Okay, anyone else? No. Thank you, Garth. Thank you, Bob. Good work. We're in good shape.
Great. And now we are going to hear from Shalini Swarup. She is our General Counsel and Director of Policy.
Thanks, Dawn. Thanks, Taylor. So as you all may or may not remember, we used to have a general counsel and a separate director of policy. The technical word is smushed. We've done that to the 2 departments, and so now we're 1 department with 9 people. They still functionally separate. They still are functionally separate teams. So the first thing I'm going to do is talk about our legal and compliance area, and then I'll be talking about our regulatory and legislative policy area. So our legal and compliance accomplishments so far this year. The PG&E bankruptcy was obviously a big issue for us in January earlier this year. And I know many of you received daily updates on our legal strategy the first week of litigation. So I'm happy to say that we're still solvent. We're still receiving our bills from our funds from PG&E. So that was obviously the biggest impact from bankruptcy that we really were working to continue. We've conducted 7 internal trainings for staff. We've executed 150 contracts for our agency. We've conducted 8 solicitations for services, and then we also supported the Human Resources Department while they were searching and finally found our wonderful new director. The interesting thing about leading both the legal team and the policy team is that the legal team is very internally focused on MCE operations and support, while the policy team is very focused on external policy advocacy. So what's been really interesting is that on the legal team, we've been able to really take a deep look inside and optimize our processes as the agency's legal needs have grown exponentially over the last, 10 years, essentially. So what we've done is we've implemented new software throughout the agency, and I know Justine did mention Asana earlier. And coupled with Asana, we have a software program called Velocity that essentially plugs into Asana and is able to track all of our compliance obligations. So by doing that add-on, we've been able to exponentially increase the efficacy of our compliance obligations. We no longer are toggling through individual Excel spreadsheets, but we're able to see the entire agency's compliance obligations in a holistic fashion with the click of one button. Additionally, we've implemented DocuSign, which means that our contracts are getting executed much more quickly than they were before when we were physically signing our contracts, Don and Vicken were. So it's just been really great to optimize processes. I'm not going to go into detail on every process we've optimized. These are on your in your slides, but just to note that we are continuing on the legal side to optimize all of our processes and to really look for software solutions where before we've been doing things very manually because the volume has just increased so much. We've created and updated many internal policies. I know working on the investment policy was something that the board was very focused on for a while, especially with Garth coming on this year. So. Also, Justine's new car that we got, our electric vehicle, we had to make guidelines for who gets to drive Justine's car. We also manage our grant obligations, right? So not only does Justine have a car, but she also has a parking lot that charges the car, right? So MCE Solar Charge. So we had to make sure that all of our obligations for our organizations and agencies that we received grants from, that all of those compliance obligations were fulfilled and continue to be fulfilled, because part of the grant funding is that these charging ports are available to the public and that a certain amount is used for public charging. Every year, I know this is a shock to some folks, no one on this board, but many people in the public who aren't in this room, that we have many compliance obligations to different regulatory agencies, both in California and through to federal agencies. So we have many compliance obligations to the Public Utilities Commission involving our renewable portfolio content, as well as our resource adequacy. We have GHG mandatory greenhouse gas emissions reporting to the Air Resources Board and the Energy Commission, and we continue to have fair political practices standards that we have to adhere to as well, and all of the board members know this because they diligently fill out their Form 700 every year. So I just want to note that this is just a partial list of all of our compliance obligations, but I found this list to be a surprisingly effective tool in many regulatory arenas when there's a lot of ignorance around what CCAs are required to do and not required to do. So I'm going to move on into our policy advocacy guidelines. This is going to be an old hat to many of you, but because we have a few newer board members, I thought I'd just go over our general policy advocacy guidelines. These were approved by the board a few years ago, and these are generally how we approach every policy issue that we see at MCE. Ideally, we'd like to advocate for the best policy in every arena we can, but that's not the best use of our ratepayer funds because we really need to be focusing on CCA-specific issues. So that's exactly the first one, is to support California community choice aggregation. And this includes protecting the decision-making autonomy of your board. We're seeing in a few areas where perhaps different regulatory agencies are looking to, I guess I would call it death by 1,000 paper cuts, where it's just slowly inching into the board's jurisdiction, and we really need to make sure that we've drawn a clear line and demarcated that authority. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions is another one of our policy advocacy guidelines, and this includes support for our energy efficiency programs and other programs that we have that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, in addition to our power procurement. Promote local and economic and workforce benefits, that's from our mission statement, and also to advocate on behalf of CCA customers. We've seen cost shifting from PG&E customers to CCA customers, and we also want to make sure that CCA customers have the same chances at programs and policies that IOU customers have as well. Legislative victories for this year, I won't go into all of them because we'll be here for a while. But I think what is really interesting to note is that a few years ago, there might be one bill that affected CCA interests. And as CCAs have grown throughout the state, there are now many bills that affect CCA interests because CCAs are a more central part of California's energy market. So Some of these bills on this list, CCAs were a direct target of the bill, and in some of these cases, CCAs were sort of collateral damage in the bill. And so that's a really important distinction, because sometimes there are legislators and entities that are out to attack CCAs, but more often than not, it's sort of inadvertent. And so I've really appreciated the ability of the board to weigh into those legislators and let them know the impacts of their decision making. And I think all of you must be happy that you didn't get any emergency text from me last month. So I feel like that's a big victory, and that shows a lot of progress. The one bill that isn't on here is because it's not a victory, SB 520. It's a Hertzberg bill. It's currently on the governor's desk, and it designates the IOU as the provider of last resort. And that's a position that we don't support, and so we'll be doing advocacy at the governor's office on that particular bill. But, 1 out of 7 ain't bad. There's a few pages on regulatory achievements, and I don't want to go too into detail because I know we don't have a lot of time. But the one thing I do want to note is that due to advocacy with CalCCA, we were able to reduce the PG&E PCIA by over $270 million. And that's something that we have been working on for years. It's not something that just happened one day and we were all happy that it happened. We've been consistently working on this issue since 2014. So it was a long time coming, and we're happy that we were able to reduce that PCIA. Obviously, the work is not yet done. We continued to work on RA issues, and that's going to be a big theme for this afternoon. CalCCA, and which MCE is part, let's see, how do I say this? We came up with a settlement offer in the RA proceeding with many other parties, including independent energy producers and direct access providers and one IOU, to help solve the state's RA issue and propose a central buyer that didn't take away CCA's authority the way that previous central buyer proposals had suggested. I'm going to keep moving because I know we're short on time. The only thing I want to note about this slide in particular is that there were 12 new proceedings this year at the PUC. And like I said to Dawn a few weeks ago, when a new proceeding starts, it doesn't mean that all the old ones just go away. There's just more proceedings. And sometimes they're very large issues, such as what happens in a de-energization scenario, and that's something we've obviously heard a lot about today. And then also, what should the structure of PG&E be going forward? I know that's something we've talked about extensively at the different committees as well. I'm going to skip most of this slide just because of time, but I'll just note that MCE continues to be a leader on regulatory issues within the CCA community. That's not surprising because we're the oldest CCA, but I do think it's important to note that we have the most robust policy team of any CCA, and I think that it shows in our advocacy and our continued ability to distinguish ourselves from the pack. So I know we want to talk more about policy challenges for this afternoon, and I think I see 3 large issues coming up in the next year. The first is that the board's authority is being challenged. We have procurement mandates coming down in the CPUC's Integrated Resource Plan proceeding, and we have consistent rule changes in the RA proceeding. So this can be challenging for us to know where we're going with our procurement. This is going to be another theme that we see with the market structure being in flux. So PG&E's declared bankruptcy, obviously, and we don't know what is going to be the role of the IOU going forward. What's going to be the role of PG&E? Are they going to be a wires-only company? Are they going to separate their gas and electric businesses? Are they going to continue to operate as they have been? We just don't know. And that injects a lot of uncertainty into the market. We also know that SDG&E wants to exit the retail generation business. So what does that mean for what an IOU looks like going forward? Should it really be the provider of last resort with all of this flux in the market? And also, we're seeing a massive reduction in RA resources in the upcoming years, and that's because of once-through cooling requirements and a general retirement of resources and as we discussed earlier, the desire to reduce natural gas usage in RA products. Finally, we see regulators are really out of alignment with the market. And I'll just note that with the rules changing so quickly and no ability for grandfathering, we see that the rules that we've aimed all of our procurement to are changing so quickly and that we can't keep up with the rule changes when they aren't taking into consideration what the rules were even 5 months ago. So that's really challenging for us, and it will cause us to overspend and underdeliver, which is not something that we like to do. So for the year ahead, I just thought I'd put up some provocative questions that we could discuss later in the challenges section. But a big question I hear from folks in Sacramento is how are all of the load-serving entities balancing their decarbonization goals with grid reliability? Because the prevailing sentiment in Sacramento is that natural gas must be on the grid for reliability. And so when we go up there and we say we're trying to reduce natural gas, they say you're attacking and undermining grid reliability. And that's a narrative that we really need to change. And I think our hybridization proposal goes a long way towards doing that. The second is, what will the CPUC's IRP process, or will the CPUC's IRP process undermine local decision making? And when is the time to push back in a more forceful way against the CPUC? What will PG&E look like after bankruptcy, and how will that affect the market? And finally, how can we balance California's constantly changing energy rules with affordable rates to ensure that our customers aren't paying the price for regulatory changes? So if that's not enough, I'm ready for questions.
Bob, you going to answer?
Shani, quick question, and maybe I missed this in some other publication, but I'm surprised at the bullet point on the next last slide that San Diego Gas and Electric is exiting from retail generation. Could you give us one or two highlights of what they did, when they did, why did they do it, and is there anything in their reasoning that might lead us to believe PG&E might decide to get completely out of retail generation?
Sure, and this was probably me going too fast. So they haven't yet decided, that they haven't yet exited the retail generation business. They've made it clear that they would like to. And that's mostly because with San Diego's CCA launching, the county of San Diego and the city of San Diego are 85% of SDG&E's retail load. So if they're losing 85% of their load to the CCA, they don't see a path forward in the retail generation business. So part of their initiatives over the last session was they kept trying to push language in different bills that would allow them to exit the retail generation business. And that's something that MCE is not necessarily opposed to, but we want to make sure it's done for the right reasons and that they can't just come back as a direct access provider and start charging the CCA for all of their own generation resources when they said they were out of the retail generation business.
Bob, I just wanted to add that 2 years ago, SDG&E's parent company, Sempra, decided to get out of the wholesale generation business also. So it was a year after that their subsidiary is doing on the distribution side.
Sacramento, not surprisingly, sometimes has a mixed message. And so just recently, I believe it was late last week, it was really clear that there's administrative interest in reducing natural gas because it's the shortest route to achieving what many people are saying in this climate emergency that you could accomplish in 10 years and have a profound effect. And so it's actually an easier nut to crack than it is necessarily for the deeper carbon footprint. So I was sort of surprised to read that and have you repeat what you're getting as a message about natural gas being a reliable energy source. And on the other hand, we have this other message from Sacramento saying if we got out of natural gas faster, we would have a better chance to achieving some stability.
Director Patterson, was getting rid of natural gas specifically in building decarbonization in what you're thinking about, or was it in energy generally?
So, I'm not sure they made the distinction. Mm-hmm. I was thinking, when I heard the message, I was thinking in terms of building, as in natural heating or cooking, that sort of thing. Not that I want to give up my gas stove, but anyway, that whole message. So that's the way I heard it.
Absolutely. I think there is a strong push on the building decarbonization side to reduce natural gas usage, and we see some municipalities moving away from natural gas as well, right? But I think in terms of resource adequacy in particular, I think the prevailing sentiment is that natural gas is here to stay.
And then just, if I can say, also the movement for basically getting out of oil and gas production in California has a significant drive by those communities that have natural gas production because of the health effects. So it sounds like there are like 3 tracks that maybe we ought to have some discussion about, so that we don't get tripping on one track for the sake of another track.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Great idea. Greg?
Yeah, this is more of a comment for board members than a question, and it does have to do with Shalini's comment about grandfathering clauses in, and the question I asked earlier about our hybridization contract was speaking directly to grandfathering that clause in so that we're not penalized as an early adopter of a potential solution to decarbonizing our overall energy production. So we need to be speaking to all of our elected representatives to make sure that we're not being penalized as adopting new technologies and new plans, and our contracts, we can rely on those contracts for the life of them, possibly not renew them, not extend them, but at least for the life of those contracts. And in that way, push this market forward so that we are successfully changing and decarbonizing our power grid.
If I could add something to Director Lyman's very apt statement, grandfathering isn't new. Bucket 0 exists in the state of California because of grandfathering. So I do want to note that it might just depend on who's asking for it, whether or not we get it.
Other comments or questions from the board? All right, seeing none, thank you, Shalini. We have a lot to continue the conversation about. Dawn?
Great. So we may talk more about some of these items in the emerging issues section. But before we get to that, we do have one more guest with us today that's going to talk to us about battery storage and distributed energy resources, also known as DERS. We have Tom Willard with us from Sage Renewables, and Vicken, our COO, is going to introduce him.
Sure. Hi, Tom. Tom Willard is principal and CEO of Sage Energy Consulting, has worked in the renewable industry since 2001. Tom spent 20 years in the electronics industry as management consultant, senior technologist, senior hardware and software engineer. And Tom has also taught classes at the Solar Living Institute and served as an elected public school trustee in Marin County for 7 years. Welcome, Tom. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction. Good seeing you all today. I'm going to be talking about battery energy storage and distributed resources, which is like life, the universe, and everything. I'm only going to try to do it in like 10 minutes. And so the first thing I want to do is make that universe a little smaller and just talk about customer-focused. I'm just talking about customer-focused, not power procurement here. And the next thing is that DERs are behind the meter, solar PV, battery storage, and EVs. So I'm keeping it small. Okay, so what I'm going to cover today, I think we just jump right into it. So for the short term, what we're seeing in the in solar energy, actually this is supposed to be solar, there's a problem with this slide here. Higher energy costs. So we all know about the PG&E bankruptcy, as well as their modernization costs. In the 2001 bankruptcy, we saw those costs show up in rates, PG&E rates, which we'll see in this one as well. We're already beginning to. Low financing costs. One vendor just recently announced loans, or I'm sorry, rental of solar PV for residential. $100 a month, flat rate, no install costs, and currently no charge to remove it from your house, which is an amazing deal. I think that's going to bend the market a bit. I don't know if it's sustainable, but we're seeing some really aggressive financing. Title 24, of course, is coming down starting next year, and requirements for renewable energy and storage for new construction as well as retrofits. We've all seen the duck curve many times. What it means, though, is that the value of solar energy for behind-the-meter customers is going down. It's going down a lot. So we're seeing reduction in value for your customers that have solar PV of 10 to up to 45, even 50% for some commercial industrial customers out there. It's a big deal. And I don't see that recovering either. I think if we look down the road, we're going to continue seeing the flattening out of rate differentials for a number of different reasons. I can get into that if you'd like. ITC step down, you guys are aware of this is coming. There were 2 bills that were introduced, basically companion or twin bills that were introduced at the federal level this year. Don't think those are going to go through. The most optimistic percent I've seen from anybody was about a 30% chance of getting them through this year, maybe next year, and probably not as a standalone bill. So I don't expect to see the ITC extended 5 years like these bills are attempting to do. So battery energy storage systems. Resiliency, this is big now. With the PSPS stuff that's out there, this is probably the biggest thing driving the residential and the commercial market right now in your customer area. And the reason for that is pretty simple. The economics of batteries still are really marginal for your clients out there. They just don't pay. But the value of resiliency can. I'll talk a little bit more about that. SGIP, the incentives are still out there. They were extended with SB 700 last year, and there's work at the CPUC right now for extending $100 million of SGIP to customers that are in fire zones as well as low income. Let's see, storage-friendly tariffs. We're seeing some stuff come along. The PG&E's got the Option S tariff last week. They put out the Option S tariff proposal rates. They came out higher than we expected, and our first modeling of this shows that it's not quite as valuable as we thought. These are for commercial industrial customers. They also have the EV2A tariff, which is available to your residential customers, and that's capped at 30,000 customers, so it's a pilot program. We see that it helps with the storage stuff. It doesn't really push it over the goal line to making it a really financially viable solution for most customers. Title 24, of course, is going to be pushing forward batteries starting next year. On the negative side, we've got CPUC has some requirements for battery cycling that make it difficult to get resiliency, get SGIP incentives for resiliency applications for batteries. They're also looking at the GHG offset requirements and looking at being punitive to vendors who don't meet those in the future. So there's a discussion of that right now at the CPUC. And that could slow down the market because of the risk that's being put on the vendors for putting that in.
Could you talk a little bit more about that? They're trying to encourage people to reduce they're trying to give a waiver for greenhouse gas emission impacts of batteries, or what? I didn't follow you exactly.
Okay, so the CPUC has been looking at this for a couple of years they had a staff proposal for how to bring greenhouse gas emissions into the SGIP program, because it wasn't really addressed originally. And the current proposal says that if a vendor is putting in systems that don't meet greenhouse gas reduction, there were some studies that were done by Itron over the last couple of years that showed that greenhouse gases actually went up a little bit when storage was put in under the SGIP program. And so they're now reaching out and trying to hold the vendors responsible. So a company who puts that in could actually get penalties if their systems are not performing on a greenhouse gas.
I misunderstood. So it's a problem for the vendor, not for the battery manufacturer. So
if they are different, yes.
Right, but it'd be good to give incentives for the battery manufacturer to put in greenhouse gas emission accountability, yes?
Yes, yes.
Right. Okay.
And part of this is there isn't a signal yet to tell the batteries when the greenhouse gas emissions are high. So there's work on that as well to provide a signal to the batteries behind the meters about
There's work by the CPUC on that or by somebody else? Okay,
Yes.
great, thanks.
Lacking tariff support, again, not compelling performance financially, so we're not seeing these things really pencil very well on their own, which is why resiliency is driving the market. The financing is still developing here. And lastly, batteries are pretty much invisible. It's not like a PV system where you put it on your house and you can see it creates kilowatt hours out of sun. Batteries move energy around, and customers have trouble understanding that. It's a really dynamic environment as far as the tariffs are concerned, and you have to trust the vendor that you're saving money if it's a financial play for you. So, you know, it's a big lift for the industry to have that kind of trust in the vendors and in the industry to make that work. Oh, I see what's going on here. Okay, so solar PV. This is a slide about the different value streams that are included in these two different technologies. I think you guys are pretty familiar with this. Energy offset, which is what solar PV works on now. It's predominantly the energy portion of the bill, slightly on demand. Battery energy systems are doing demand reduction. Not really, you can do arbitrage with it, but again, in PG&E territory, in MCE territory, the rate differentials aren't big enough to make that a financially viable way to save money. And then value of resiliency. So value of resiliency is a really interesting idea, and our company has worked on modeling this in a number of different ways for clients. And it's a whole topic by itself, but it's something that we've worked on. I know other people in the industry are really working on capturing the economic value of resiliency for customers, because it's a really important point. Okay, so, whoa, that was a little too far. Okay, so longer term. Really big thing driving what's going to impact the customers is the CEC distribution planning. So to get the DERs to be able to participate in grid services and see value from that, we need to get to grid modernization where smart grid features are available. That is currently, you're probably aware of this stuff, but it's being rolled out over the next 10 years in the GRCs from the IOUs. PG&E's put forward their plan in the 2018 or in their 2020 GRC, and we'll see that as a huge investment for them. Solar PV, let's see here. The big news there is the ITC. We think that's going to go away, and for residential customers, it goes away entirely in 2022. We think we're going to see a slight pullback in the solar PV market around that, but I think it'll recover pretty quickly due to the prices of installation and components. So again, aggressive financing is going to help that out as well. The requirements for a combination with storage from Title 24 are going to be great. And we see that Title 24 is going to begin to have an impact, maybe not so much in MCE territory where there isn't as much new housing development, but in other areas where there's a lot of new housing development, that's going to be a big deal. Let's see here. So EV adoption. This was covered a bit earlier. Probably the two big points here is that obviously Marin County is a leader in adoption of EVs. It's well ahead of the nation and even the state overall. We were talking about 20 to 30% of new car sales in some quarters recently. And there are equity issues, which are things that keep people that can't afford to have the charging infrastructure at home from having these automobiles. They're also expensive. So we talked about this earlier with the charging infrastructure. The charging infrastructure is a way to go directly at equity issues. Local grid, smart grid pilots. I don't know if anybody knows of any that are going on right now. I certainly don't. Rick might. Depends on how you define it. The way I define it with ancillary services or vehicle to grid, it's not there because the smart grid services are not available. Emerging value streams. Again, when smart grid comes in, we'll have resource adequacy, vehicle to grid. Another mention about that. Currently on the U.S. market, the only car that does vehicle to grid is the Nissan Leaf. Every other electric car out there doesn't actually support it. There are a couple of buses that do. Thomas and Proterra just announced that they have vehicle-to-grid on buses. And then transactional energy down the road, where clients can actually participate directly in the energy market. Okay, so how can MCE push DER adoption? And there are a number of ways. A lot of this has to do with communications and marketing, but it also has to have the support underneath it in the market to make this a viable choice for customers. So there are a number of different things that you could do. So teaming with PV and storage promotion. There's Bay Area Sun Shares, which has been adopted by a number of communities and a few counties in the Bay Area. This is run out of San Francisco by a 501c3. And it reduces this, it's basically a community buying and information sharing program. Community regional battery network capacity contracts, and one of them is the EBCE Oakland Clean Energy Initiative, where they're putting 500 storage, energy storage units from Sunrun on low-income housing units, and using that as a resource to take out of service the Oakland peaker plant. That's a really interesting piece of work. There's a couple of them elsewhere in the country. Sonen's got one in Utah, and they're being done in Europe as well. Other market drivers, we talked about PSPS, Title 24, financial incentives, SGIP, and rate-based incentives can be helpful as well. Decreasing risk of loss for a number of different areas. Also decreasing risk for clients in purchasing and owning these assets. That's an important piece, which means that the rates have got to have some certainty. And then community acceptance. I think that's not going to be a question here in Marin, but it's an important piece. That's it for me. Questions?
Any questions, anyone? John?
Can you talk a little bit about the physical plan of a battery storage operation? I mean, what's that look like?
So at a residential scale?
No, at an industrial scale or?
So, commercial, industrial, at residential, a lot of times for resiliency, I'll just work my way up really quickly. For residential, a lot of people are wanting to be resilient, right? That's really what's driving the market. So it's a battery. It's connected to the grid. It has an automatic disconnect switch so that when the grid goes down, the battery then can provide AC power to the house through an inverter. So the battery includes an inverter, the battery, and a disconnect switch. Commercial industrial, mostly they're beginning to get into, we're having customers talk to us about resiliency, but mostly it's an economic play where the battery is online. It's either self-standing or it might be connected with a PV system. And when the grid goes down, the battery also goes down. So in those applications, most of those we're seeing are demand cost reduction and to some extent energy arbitrage, and so they're reducing their energy costs. Larger ones, if you get out into the utility scale, you guys are putting out an RFO, I believe, presently or shortly. That is, they are connected to various different nodes in the network, addressing various different needs that you have in your energy procurement. And there are a number of different ways those can be set up. You can be an IPP with various different customers also off of it, as well as playing in the CAISO market. That's a whole other big conversation by itself. Did that answer your question? Or?
I want to follow up with John after John follows up.
Yeah. So currently there's a proposal to the city of Vacaville to put in I think 600 megawatts because we have the huge transmission lines that run.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, is from the developer side of it, is that even feasible? I mean, given the cost of...
Yes.
Oh, it is?
Yes, it is feasible, but again, it depends on what the applications are for that and the value they can get from the various different streams. So typically a developer, an IPP, is going to want to go out and have an anchor tenant for the capacity that they're developing. And that anchor tenant pays for whatever resource adequacy or whatever they need from that battery to contract. And then if there's excess capacity in that development, they can sell that capacity on the CAISO market for whatever market rate is happening at the time.
So it was quickly explained to me that they were going to store, essentially buy solar power, put it in there, and then put it in the grid between that 4 and 9 o'clock period.
Okay.
So that is doable then?
It's certainly theoretically doable.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely theoretically doable. And it can be done at fairly efficiently with DC to DC with some of the larger inverters out there now that are utility scale. So it can be done very theoretically. And then it's just a matter of whether the market economics make it viable.
Thank you.
Okay. Would you talk a little bit more about the value of resiliency?
Sure. So it's a really big concept. So we tend to break it down in emergency or critical loads. And those are anywhere between 5 and 20% of your load. It depends on the kind of customer you are, but each customer has different load requirements. There's critical loads that must be backed up. In many cases, those critical loads are actually required by law to be backed up, and they often, and if they are, they will have existing, usually diesel generator backup for that. And so when we look at the value of energy, we also look at the cost competitiveness of it. And for that critical piece where you can't use the batteries to play on the grid, you can't discharge them because you have to have a certain amount of capacity available, then you're just buying that capacity off the shelf. It has to cost less or be competitive with, a diesel generator. And the diesel generators, of course, have higher maintenance costs. They have greenhouse gas emissions issues, and we take all of that and try to grab that as well. If you're not cycling the battery, which again you can't for the critical loads, you can't get SGIP incentives because there are cycling requirements. They actually make you, discharge the battery 130 times for a CNI and 52 times for residential. So there's that piece of it, and that has a separate cost analysis. And then there's sort of would like to have. There are a number of different ways to talk about that piece, but for businesses, a lot of times it's what does it cost me as a business to be down for a day, for instance. So we have a customer who runs a business, and it costs them $1 million to have their business down for a day. So that piece is very business or customer specific. We've looked at residential through commercial to look at what the values are for those things. And again, very customer specific. And then there are just loads that would be nice to have, but you don't need them backed up. And oftentimes those are not included unless it's more costly to shed those loads. Right.
Any other questions? No? Seeing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vicken, did you want to follow up on that, or no?
No, we will come back to the board. We have a lot going on this, as you have heard a lot of times today, but thank you.
Oh, okay. So Dawn.
All right. So that brings us to our final substantive item of the day called emerging issues. And this is an opportunity for a discussion on any of the topics that we've talked about today, particularly the challenges and opportunities section, and also possibly some of the issues that were raised by Shalini in the policy discussion. We could certainly talk about anything, but those seem to be the things that were of most interest as we planned for the day. So I'd love to hear from the board where we'd like to start.
Elizabeth?
I would like to see a policy subcommittee. If you have the technical subcommittee and you have the executive subcommittee, the policy issues, the last meeting we had, I think, were right at the end, and it was very meaty, but we weren't able to get into it for lack of time. I think it would be extremely useful, and we could set it up as needed, and then however you wanted to do that. But because I have a whole list of questions that came out from the presentation, and we really don't have time today to get into it. So that's what I would like to recommend.
Are you, and just let's be clear on the way we're using the word policy. So is that a subcommittee that really addresses regulatory issues, or what are you thinking of?
Well, I think the regulatory issues are critical because of the time of it, and so it would be that aspect. And then that might guide some further policy that could then be recommended to the board.
Yeah, it's a great suggestion, and we've talked about the, where is the best place to talk about our policy issues. Going back from the beginning when we've talked about it, what the board has kind of landed on is that it makes a lot of sense to talk about policy issues in our executive committee. And we're at a point right now where our executive committee does tend to have plenty of bandwidth for that type of issue. There could be a time in the future when we have so much going on that we might actually need to set up an additional committee. But within the context of the executive committee, we certainly have room to talk more about these things. We could also consider additional sessions. I'm interested in hearing which of the issues today are folks want to dig into or discuss while we're here together, and then we can talk about future meetings as well.
Anybody? You want to go? Yeah, Kevin? Would you?
I still am having a hard time getting my head around how things are going in the way that they're going in terms of the provider of last resort issue, particularly when we're having conversations, as we are here today, about uncertainties with IOU operations. I mean, with the folks down south trying their best to get out of the market, with the uncertainty surrounding PG&E and about where it's in the market, and just generally because of the success of CCAs and other things going on as well. Why in the world would it be a good idea to have the IOUs play that role, and how is it justified by those who defend that outcome?
Kevin, would you like to testify at the next session's legislative hearing?
I would be pleased to.
Essentially, it seems that the legislators in Sacramento are very concerned that the number of load-serving entities has increased exponentially due to CCAs, and they're very concerned that there needs to be a provider of last resort in case a CCA fails, essentially. So throughout every committee that the bill went through, it was a unanimous vote, because what folks in Sacramento are hearing is that there's a reliability crisis, and it's due partly to the increase in number of load-serving entities. So designating the IOU as the provider of last resort, even though it doesn't actually change much of the way things are currently run, this is the legislators' way of showing they were taking action on the reliability crisis.
And I understand the concern over reliability. It's a legitimate concern, but the solution seems to be inherently flawed given the way the market is going.
The solution is rooted in the market of yesterday instead of the market of tomorrow. And while we're figuring out what that looks like, especially with PG&E's bankruptcy, this is the solution that they're landing upon. But like I said, we are going to be doing some advocacy with the governor's office and hope to point that out to them.
Well, any help you need.
Thanks, Kevin.
Sure. It sounded like an open question, so I'll start with in our financial section today, it sounded like we were continuing to do well. We're going to hit our targets next year, which is, I think, much faster than we thought 2 years ago. And so that's a good thing. But it sounds like we need to continue to grow that in order to get that better A rating that you've got target out there. However, I want to throw out an idea that we should also be looking at as we meet our targets and potentially have funds that exceed our targets, that we look at capital projects, whether we own them or finance them in some fashion, that push the market. I heard market signal multiple times today. So we actually need to potentially invest in something that sends that market signal towards storage, towards the types of projects that get us away from natural gas and more towards a greenhouse gas-free market. So that's a 2-year, 3-year down the way look, but now's the time to start doing the ground research for what we would do with those funds. We may need to be competitive with a post-PG&E bankruptcy component, so we may not be able to generate that type of excess above target funds. So we obviously need to be nimble. I think I heard that at least once today in that, with the post-PG&E era. The other thing that I brought it up earlier is I think we should definitely be looking at policies that protect our current contracts, whether they're the contracts we had before that we were told, sorry, the rules have changed, we're not going to protect your contracts, or our future contract, or the contracts we just entered into. We need to at least get the grandfathering concept for CCAs established. We're less than 10 years old, so people don't think of us as being old enough to be grandfathers. So but we got to get that concept out there that we're entering into these long-term contracts that can't become stranded assets any more than any other entity's stranded assets. So we need to start letting people know that in order for us to be viable entities, we need to enter into these long contracts, and those long contracts need to be respected in order for us to continue to being viable.
And I'd just like to add that we're both required by law and encouraged by policy to enter into long-term contracts. So your point is extremely well taken.
And I agree with that entirely, particularly the first point. The second point's important too, but one of the reasons I was trying to push you, Vic, and to talk a little bit more about the battery storage piece, which I know we will be hearing about, and you have been thinking about, is that to your first point, Greg, is I think it's important for us as a board to think about how we want to spend reserve money that we have. And to me, I've been interested in battery storage for a while, but I'm really interested in trying to push the market. And I think we spend an awful lot of time getting input from people about the difficulties of doing things. We understand things are difficult. But so the point to me really is looking at what kind of financial subsidy or support would it take from us as an entity. If that level is higher than is realistic for us as an individual CCA, what partnerships or collaborations, whether it's with other CCAs, it's with the private sector, it's with whoever we might identify as potential partners, that we can actually try to work together to try to move the market. Because I think time really is of the essence on just about everything, obviously related to climate issues and greenhouse gas reduction, and battery storage is an important piece of that. And I just feel like we need to be thinking as creatively as we can, whether we need to promote new state legislation, whatever we may need to do, let's look at it as broadly as we can to try to really move the dial and not say if we wait a couple of years, everything will become more affordable. I'm always a little impatient.
I completely understand. Very well said in Director Lemon. I just want to add a couple points that what are we thinking about. Internally, we're thinking about analyzing ownership versus the contractual option. We have all experienced that in our lives in deciding what to buy, what to lease, what to rent, or not to, right? And the market is changing so fast, and our regulators are changing things even, like we just talked about, within the hour that we are making decisions. We want to be smart about our decision making. There was a reason for us to have the second credit rating. Now, as an agency, we can go and issue bonds by having the second credit rating. So, and then and then the magnitude of that issuance, we're studying that to bring it to you. As far as targets to reach the targets, it's I'm beyond pleased that we are able to reach this fast in our reserve targets. But I already think that we need to have a 200-day target. Compared to the 140-day or so that we have at this time, because of the challenges that we are experiencing. And if you listen to what Bob's point was about Fitch write-up, you can see the points that they are making, like Garth said, about them being hesitant about realizing your customer can leave? Really? I mean, they haven't had that experience before, right? So we will be looking at all this holistically, and from very large batteries that, in my opinion, is way too much acid in it, to other thermal storage or things of that sort, compressed air. In our own communities, there's fire dangers, there's accessibility, but there's all kinds of stuff that we are looking at it, that we will bring this to you to have a really dynamic discussion about the financial logic to the actual physical asset ownership that in the net is actually a reduction in cost for us, and therefore increases our not only physical resiliency, but financial resiliency also. So really looking forward to bring this to you.
Kate, it does occur to me, though, there's two different types of asset acquisitions. One, Greg, you were talking about, I think, primarily battery, where some would argue, let's wait and see where technology takes us. But in terms of us buying green energy production sources, be it solar panel fields or whatever, there you're not waiting for technology. And there also, I really like Kate's idea that you help us afford it by going in with some other CCAs, because that also has the benefit of spreading our risk. Not any asset you own, there's always a risk, and if you spread the risk among other CCAs, you lower that risk scenario.
Absolutely appreciate that, Bob. And I'm glad we're also looking at microgrid pilot projects, because we have always been very oriented towards pilot projects, which I think makes a lot of sense. And so, as you were saying, Vicken, it's looking at the appropriate scale for what, and obviously what kind of activity and the financial ramifications of all that. And I think we need to take a very hard look soon and make some of these decisions so we can push things forward a bit.
I'll build on, Bob, your comment. Diversification is the key to any portfolio, and it's going to be our key as well. And so whether it's a microgrid or a large battery or a solar project.
More biogas.
Or biogas, diversification is definitely going to be one of the things that we need to keep in our mind. It doesn't seem, I know storage is something that's key to us, and we've talked about it for a couple of years. What I'm not seeing is the market trigger that pushes the market. And so that was my comment. I'm wholeheartedly for doing a capital program, whether it's a solar panel project, in Contra Costa or somewhere else. I'm wholeheartedly would love to have Vicken bring that to us. But I just want to make sure that we're attuned to the fact that market signals around storage is something that potentially we need to push the market.
Well, absolutely, and it's the backup generator question, right? Because now we have a lot of issues of people wanting backup generators with the PSPS issue that we're all very concerned about. And, instead of really looking at the waivers so that we can emit more greenhouse gas emissions, let's be thinking about what needs to be done to try to push those markets forward so that we actually have generators. We help stimulate the development of generators that fulfill the needs that we believe we're going to have in a way that's less environmentally detrimental. And I think if we can think about that and all its ramifications, policy and market signals and pilot projects and all that, that'll be helpful too.
So what I'm hearing is a need for a strategic plan that can get at the distributive energy aspect, which I think is really key, coupled with the storage aspect, which I think is the second leg, and then the emergency aspect, getting to the diesels, but also for the practicalities and the realities of what the future is. And if we made those three legs on a stool as a strategic plan, then everything that we're investing in is actually having multiple objectives and benefits.
So I've, get too close to the microphone again. I agree with everything that I've heard in this discussion. The one thing I just want to move us towards realizing we're going to be entering a period of time where we are probably going to have, assuming nothing changes in the next month or two, we're probably going to have a reasonably healthy margin. And we've budgeted a reasonably healthy margin for this current year. And if nothing changes, that will continue. So that has in the past been the goal, and we've built up our reserves, and we're all feeling really great about it. And but in the 7 years I've been sitting on this board, apart from 1 year where we were in virtually an existential state of being, being cut off completely, the existence of the organization, in my view, we're at the riskiest time that I've witnessed since being on that board, other than that one time. And I think it's really great that we're now financially getting strong enough that we can access the capital markets. I'm 100% behind that. I think we're at a position where we're thinking of a capital investment program diversified so that it's covering all of our things. We're not sure where PG&E rates are going to be, of course, and part of the reason for reserves is to help stabilize that, should that happen. But because of the size of the organization, the risk profile of the organization, we've got to change our reserve policy. We really do. We need significantly more reserves than we have right now. And so I think you suggested, Vic, an increasing from 140 days coverage to like 200 days coverage. I'd absolutely support, which means we're going to have some tough discussions in that, and that's all I wanted to say. We're going to have some very tough discussions about how to build a capital investment program at the same time as worrying about rates, and at the same time realizing there are so many risky forces coming at us that I feel very uncomfortable our reserve level's too low.
That's kind of the duck and cover through 2020 scenario.
Or just the plain duck.
Or just the plain duck. So I think we all know what our challenges are. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm hearing a lot of good input, and I just want to reiterate some of it. I'm hearing that diversification is important. There seems to be interest in purchasing assets potentially in the near term, but considering possibly spreading that risk by joining with other CCAs. That's certainly something we could look into. Some discussion about using our dollars once we get to our reserve target, considering using any excess revenue to drive markets in the direction we think that they need to go. I'm hearing, we need to be nimble. Diversification is important. And, in considering increasing our reserve policy, that's something we can kind of tee up for discussion in the coming months. I think all of these are things that we can tee up for discussion as we go into the next year. Also, some good input around policies that protect our contracts. And I think we may need some advocacy in the next month and a half in particular to push for grandfathering for some of the rule changes that are really hanging over us right now. So those are some of the themes that I'm hearing. And this is really helpful to us, to our operations team, as we think about, implementing, the board's intent as we go into the next year. Are there other thoughts that need to be incorporated here during the discussion?
Yeah, I have a selfish question. So, at Solano County being the newest county, and I representing the unincorporated, we have a small unincorporated population, less than 20,000, but we do have a large agricultural aspect of it. So if someone could address some of the things that I might be able to articulate to the farming community as we begin to open up the enrollment in April, if there's programs we're looking towards. Right now I have 2 processing that want to expand and maybe 3 that are going to come in. So there may be opportunities for those operations to benefit from some of the programs we might have, and I just need a better idea of that.
Great, and that one, fortunately, is very easy to respond to. Or some of these others where we're dealing with the CPUC, it's very, very much more challenging. But we do have some ag programs specifically teed up that I think will be really beneficial to your community. And I know Alice and Heather will be working with you in communicating that clearly to the ag community. So I'm excited about that one. Thanks for bringing it up.
Ray brought up risks, and I know we've had a document that identified a lot of the risks to our business. Obviously, one of the risks that we've addressed today is the risk of our contracts no longer being respected for the greenhouse gas emissions at some point, and advocacy over the next months to try and create protections for those, long-lasting protections for those. What are some of the, what document was it that identified all the risks? Was it the investment policy? I can't remember where the risks were identified.
Oh, it's the energy risk management policy. Yes.
And was the contracts component in there? I don't recall that being in there.
We do have some layers in how we implement our kind of standard form template contracts to protect against regulatory risk. That is referenced in the risk management plan, but it's also just a best practice that we incorporate. So many of our contracts have regulatory change provisions that allow us to walk away from the contract or modify the contract. In some cases, when we've negotiated with counterparties, we haven't been able to come to agreement on those terms, so it varies a bit. I think that with regard to the issue we talked about this morning for our PCC2 contracts, we certainly are going to be pushing for grandfathering. We may also be able to, for some of the PCC2 contracts, there may be some provisions in the contract that allow us to walk away from those contracts. But we need to keep in mind that that's going to come at a much greater cost because we would need to replace those contracts with bucket 1 supply from in-state in California. And I do want to make a comment because we weren't able to finish the dialogue that got started when our commissioner was here talking about those PCC2 contracts. And I think that the piece of information that I wanted to make sure folks were aware of that we didn't have time to get into was really the difference between in-state and out-of-state renewables. The PCC2 typically are out-of-state renewables. And I think that our board and California best practices have been of the mind that climate change is a global issue, and buying renewable energy and stimulating renewable energy production in other states is a good thing overall. I think that the commissioner made a a relevant point that in the evening there's a shortage of renewables, and therefore the power that is being used in the evening certainly is going to be more greenhouse gas free heavy. But that's true in California also. And the rule change is going to count all of the California resources as carbon-free and all of the out-of-state resources as carbon-emitting. The time of day doesn't really vary between California and Oregon, Washington, Nevada. So I think there's certainly some issues that we could dig into there, but it's the in-state versus out-of-state discrepancy, which is often a jobs question that gets cloaked as if it's not a jobs question. And I think that it's important for us to support California jobs, but we should be having that conversation in a transparent way when we talk about jobs. But if we're talking about the environment and greenhouse gas emissions, it is a global issue. And I guess I'm giving you a little bit of my opinion, but it's based on operational practice in the market that devaluing resources from out of state doesn't really have a logical connection. And while we may be able to get out of those bucket 2 contracts, some of them we will, some of them we won't. It will certainly add a cost to our customers, and will have an impact on our ability to meet and exceed the reserve target. So that's where I think the rubber meets the road for our agency.
So, John, can I follow up on that of whether there's a logic to distinguishing what non-California state you're speaking of? Because we do get energy resources from the state of Washington in particular, and I think also some from Oregon, where we have, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, a fairly high confidence level of the quality of the greenhouse gas-free energy that we are procuring. The states on the coast, as we all know, have worked very closely together on climate change issues, beginning in particular with under our last governor, Jerry Brown, and so there's a sort of a shared ethic and a collaboration that already exists. Is there, and I'm less familiar with energy from other states, Arizona and Nevada, where perhaps there's more concern about the mix, and stop me if I'm unfair, but perhaps there's more concern about the mix of energy and more concern about whether energy being procured, in fact, is greenhouse gas free. So I'm wondering if there's a conversation there, perhaps you've had this conversation already, about distinguishing between the states, what out of state, what that bucket means, and differentiating states that are out of California.
Yeah, that's such a great question, and it tees up a slightly different issue. So I don't think we or the regulators have any concern about the renewable energy being generated in Nevada or Arizona, for example, as not being truly renewable and not being truly generated. There's a very good accounting system known as Regis that carefully tracks every kilowatt hour of electricity that's renewable, that's produced. It goes into a bank. When we are buying renewable energy, we don't pay for it until we get our Regis transfer from that unit. It can only be retired once. We're very careful to retire our purchases. And so we don't have a concern about the energy not being actually renewable energy. But I think where the concern lies is that some of these adjacent states don't have a renewable portfolio standard currently. And so the argument could be made that those renewable resources wouldn't be counted in those states as renewable, and therefore they shouldn't be considered valuable in California's market. I don't find that to be a compelling argument, because I think that if you look at it from a business perspective, from a market perspective, our interest in buying renewable energy creates a need for more energy to be produced and built. So from a market perspective, that argument doesn't line up for me, but that is the argument that I tend to hear.
Thanks for that clarification. It is somewhat ironic since our mission has always been to try to encourage the creation of that market for renewable energy, which I think we've done very successfully, and for that not to somehow be recognized is frustrating. Yeah.
Don, can I, just a clarification, Don, thank you. But just to make sure I understood what the PUC Commissioner's comments this morning when she was talking about a concern that part of what we think is green is partially brown. Although she didn't say it, but your understanding is she was talking about out-of-state energy, correct?
That's what she was implying. I can't be certain what she was referring to. I didn't agree with that comment.
Yeah, and what do you know off the top of your head? Roughly what percentage of our energy is from out of state?
Roughly 20 to 25%. And I should also add that what's ironic about the comment is that there are rules in California. The Renewable Portfolio Standard was established by the state and is managed by the CPUC, and it allows for a certain percentage of bucket 2 procurement. We stick to those percentages. So the rules that we're following are the state rules and the CPUC rules. So it is a bit ironic that there was a comment made by a commissioner claiming that the renewable energy that we purchase under their rules is not renewable.
I just want to chime in with a little bit details because it's kind of frustrating. It is frustrating. The power plant, it needs to have a WECC tag ID in the Western United States. Every single leg of the transmission line that comes to touch the California ISO must be identified and confirmed in the model that Regis, Don mentioned, the Regis one. So to after the fact make a statement like that, it's at least illogical.
You know, I agree with all of that was said, but what I heard, and this is sort of like looking at an elephant apparently, is her reference to the out-of-state is that because they don't have a renewable program, that they could be exporting the green and rely more on the brown within state. And so that was the essence of what she was, to me, what I heard, which was really irritating because I can go back to 1974 with the Energy Conservation and Development Act, and then the silliness in 1996 when they wanted to change all of what the Energy Commission was doing about out-of-state energy. And then to, once again, I'll probably be out of line for saying this, but the PUC then does its magic of interpreting these things. So long history of frustration with that thinking.
Director Patterson, I think you were reading my mind a little bit in terms of that practice of exporting green energy and keeping the brown energy for yourself is called resource shuffling, and she alluded to that very particularly, so I just wanted to clarify that's right. I also think that Washington and Oregon are actually coming up with their own pretty aggressive renewable energy standards now, so they might be exporting less green energy also.
And just to add one more piece from the elephant's tail, what I heard was that she was basically alluding to the fact that because it was time of use, she was defending the state going to an hour by hour, was that sure, the green energy we buy during the day may be perfectly green when it's imported to us, but it's the energy that's being used during the 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. that's brown and potentially driven by coal. So I heard it closer to that, they want us to be purchasing green energy at time of use, ideally, and of course that completely nullifies the bucket 2 energy, but again, we should be protecting that energy when those contracts were entered into under the rules, and they should be protected. So I'm going back to my drum I'm beating slowly.
I'd just also like to note that the CPUC, the CEC, CARB, and industry standard practices for accounting for greenhouse gas emissions are all different. So the CPUC has an hourly standard. The CEC is moving into a new AB 1110 standard. So it's hard to know, as our procurement team, which of these greenhouse gas accounting methodologies are we actually procuring to? Is it what the customers see, or is it what goes on a website, a compliance website?
I really hate to end on a note of frustration, but it was good to share. So unless there are other comments, I really just want to applaud everyone who spoke today and the work that you put into putting together this agenda. I think we would all agree that it was a very interesting day, and we have our work cut out for us addressing all the good questions that were asked. Maybe as homework, it would be great to pluck all of the questions at the end of each presentation, put them into a single document, and keep us on track for the issues that we do want to be thinking about as we move forward. But I'd welcome any other comments from commissioners, if there are any. And if there aren't, I'm thinking we could call it a day, unless staff would like to say something in addition.
I would just like to echo the thanks for all the great input today. We had a lot of meaty dialogue, and I really appreciate all the input from our board members. It's very inspiring to us as staff to have such an engaged and supportive board. So thank you all.